Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we will call to order the public hearing of the Loudon County Planning Commission for Tuesday, July 26, 2022. Our first order of business will be to stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to ask Madam Secretary to confirm that we do have a quorum for tonight's meeting.
I will actually defer to the county attorney on that.
Or the assistant county attorney.
So you need 5 people in the room for a quorum. So I see there are 6 of you here, so that it's a quorum.
Thank you. I want to make sure that neither we nor anyone else is confused by that fact. I also would like to acknowledge that Commissioner Merrithew has asked to participate remotely as he is under the weather and ill today. Do we have him set up remotely? Is he connected at this time? Commissioner Merrithew,
Yes,
are you with us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Good to hear your voice. I hope that you feel better soon.
Thank you.
Commissioner Miller is also not with us tonight. He has an excused absence, and as well as Vice Chair Solomon, who is on previously arranged business travel. Now we will move forward with.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, do you have the notice that you need to read for the record for Mr. Merrithew's remote participation? I sent that to you via email, but do you need it?
Of course you did, Courtney. I have it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, but everywhere you see Commissioner Vance's name, I believe that should be Merrithew.
Understood. Thank you, sir. That's quite all right. Pursuant to Code of Virginia Section 2.2-3708-2 and the Planning Commission Remote Participation Policy, Commissioner Merrithew has requested to participate in this public hearing by electronic communication from a remote location that is not open to the public. Commissioner Merrithew has communicated that he cannot attend this meeting due to a medical condition that prevents his physical attendance at this public hearing, and that he will be joining the meeting from his home in Loudon County. As required by law, a physical quorum of the Planning Commission is present in the boardroom, and the Commission has arranged for the voice of Commissioner Merrithew to be heard by all persons in the boardroom. Commissioner Merrithew made this request within the time frame required by policy, and the County Attorney's Office has determined that the Commissioner Merrithew's request meets the requirements for remote participation. The Commission will record in its minutes the reason for Commissioner Merrithew's remote participation and the location from which he participated. Thank you. Now, do I hear a motion to approve and adopt the minutes from the public hearing held on June 28th, 2022.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Planning Commission approve the minutes for the Loudoun County Planning Commission public hearing dated June 28, 2022, as presented.
Second.
The motion made by Commissioner Combs and properly seconded by Commissioner Frank. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? All those opposed? The motion carries. Disclosures. Commissioner Barnes. Commissioner Vance.
Yes, I have three. With regard to the Milestone Towers, Mickey Gordon Park application. On Friday, July 22, I held a conference call with Matthew Penning and Ed Donahue of Milestone Tower Limited. On Monday, July 25, I had a call with Middleburg Mayor Bridge Littleton. And today, July 26, I had another call with Matthew Penning of Milestone Towers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On 7/25, I had a call with Brendan Shaw with Dominion Energy regarding the Maurice Road application before us tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Kirshner.
None, thank you.
Commissioner Combs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On July 25, I had a site visit with Ed Donahue and Matt Penning regarding the Milestone Towers application at Mickey Gordon Park. And on July 25, I had a phone conversation with Middleburg Mayor Bridge Littleton regarding the same application.
Thank you, Commissioner. No disclosures for the chairman at this time.
Commissioner Merritt,
John.
no disclosures either.
There I go again. I have to remember that you're on the screen. John, do you have any disclosures?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll move to our public hearing items. First item on the agenda, CMPT 2021-00014 and SPEX 2021-0053 Milestone Towers, Mickey Gordon Park. The project manager is Ms. Grace Adams. Ms. Adams, whenever you are ready.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Grace Adams Austenstead, and I'm the project manager for this application for the county. This subject parcel is an approximately 99.89 acre parcel that also includes Mickey Gordon Memorial Park. It is approximately a mile east of Middleburg, and it is in the Blue Ridge election district. The area is designated in the comprehensive plan and the Loudon County 2019 general plan as the rural policy area and rural south place type. And the park is owned and by the Loudon County School Board and operated by Loudon County Parks, Recreation, and Community Services, or PRCS. The solid yellow outline on the map indicates the area subject to these applications. It's that small little corner at the top of the parcel. Directly south of the site is the location of a cricket field and a parking area. And I should mention that also the county is currently reviewing a separate special exception application that PRCS has submitted for improvements to recreational facilities at the park. So and this is a kind of closer up look. You can see the existing conditions of this site. It is an open field that's surrounded on three sides by a forested area. And we'll talk more about the proposed access road, but it comes out of the existing parking area. So this proposal includes a commission permit and a special exception to allow for a 150-foot tall telecommunications monopole with a 2-foot tall lightning rod on top inside of a 50 by 50 or 2,500 square foot fenced equipment compound in the AR2 zoning district. Per buffering and screening requirements in the revised 1993 zoning ordinance, the equipment compound will be inside an 8-foot high opaque fence and surrounded by a 25-foot wide Type C landscape buffer yard, which includes a varied planting scheme designed for maximum opacity. And we have recommended a condition that this be 80% native Virginia landscape plants. The site would be accessed via a proposed gravel road from an existing parking lot at the entrance of the compound. And the monopole and compound would have the capacity to co-locate up to 4 wireless providers or wireless carriers. The applicant also proposes to paint the monopole and all related equipment in a 2-tone painting scheme, with everything below 100 feet from the ground level up would be brown, and everything above 100 feet would be gray, to blend with the monopole and with the sky, and the brown being with the forested, mature forest around that area. And we have recommended a condition of approval for that to remain. So I wanted to quickly go over what are the topics of consideration for the commission and the board. So the commission permit covers location, character, and extent as they relate to the comprehensive plan. And then for special exception uses, we look at land use and compatibility, environmental heritage resources, transportation, public utilities, and public safety. You all are probably very familiar with this, but just wanted to make note of that based on comments that we've received from the public. So land use, location, character, and visual impact are the areas that I'm going to focus on in this presentation. So in Loudon County General Plan, we've named that wireless connectivity is a high priority in the rural policy area, including broadband technology as priorities to support rural businesses and residents of this area of the county. Likewise, in 2019, GP policies state that the lack of broadband service in Western Loudon is a major constraint to the rural economy and mark the need to support the development of high-quality wired and wireless telecommunication networks to serve businesses, residents, and visitors. So within the hierarchy in the strategic land use plan for telecommunication facilities, public sites is named as one of the places that it makes sense to site telecommunication facilities, which is partially why, as staff understands, why this site was selected. As well as the policy to locate internal to the site and surround with existing vegetation is also within the policies of the telecommunications plan for siting. So another area that came up in our analysis, we looked at the character and visual impact of the tower. So the balloon test that was submitted showed that there was minimal impact to the surrounding area, most notably that it was not visible from Route 50. This, because of this site's proximity to sites listed on the National Historic Places, it had to undergo National Historic Preservation Act Section 106 review, and the conclusion of that review was that there's no visual impact to nearby historic resources. And again, to mention that we have these conditions that address height, color, screening to mitigate the visual impact on Mickey Gordon Memorial Park. So in conclusion, staff supports a planning commission approval for the CMPT and recommendation of approval to the board for the specs. The general location, character, and extent of the use are consistent with the location and design policies in the telecommunications plan in the 2019 GP. And as conditioned, the applications are consistent with specs criteria in the revised 1993 zoning ordinance. Thank you, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions for Grace? Commissioner Vance.
Yes, thank you, Grace. I have a couple quick questions that might help also, for the public's information. There are federal regulations related to telecommunications towers. One of them has to do with the health aspects of cell towers and these types of facilities. And the other has to do with the ability to extend the height of the towers. Could you give us a brief overview of those two factors that play into this?
Yes, so I'm going to defer to the county attorney on this subject to make sure that I don't say anything incorrect.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So I'll take your first point first about the health effects of the towers. That is a subject matter that is fully preempted by the federal government and says that if it is basically that local zoning authorities are not to inquire into the particular technology that is on the tower and whether or not they have they talk about environmental health effects. That is something that is strictly within the purview of the federal government. So it's not something that the commission or staff in reviewing the application, the commission in considering it, and then ultimately the board can take into consideration. And that in fact courts have reversed denials of an application if they found that a locality impermissibly considered the environmental health effects of the technology going on the tower. So in short, really on that issue, your review is limited to land use considerations only. And that's, I understand the community concern or disappointment by that, but that's just not anything that we have any control or flexibility on. Your second point, I think I know what your question is, so I'll go over this, and if it's not what you were getting at, please let me know. There's some FCC rulings that basically say if you have an existing facility and it's approved for a certain height or is constructed to a certain height, the owner of that facility, for lack of a better word, can come in and make a modification, basically extending it without a further legislative approval by the locality, as long as that modification will not constitute a substantial change. And there is guidance in the FCC rules that says that if the height extension would be 10% or less, then that is not a substantial change. And so essentially what that means is that the owner of the tower basically can come in and make up to a 10% increase of what was previously approved or what's existing without further legislative review.
Very good. Yes, that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnes.
Yes, sir. For our attorney again. Now, they're asking for 150 feet of pole there. Now, can we bring it down to 120 or 25 and then approve it at that?
So I think your review on that height needs to be based upon the traditional land use considerations you would make, so that if you have concerns based upon ordinance requirements or plan guidance that relate to the height, and you have a condition related to that, that is appropriate. I mean, height is something that is appropriate for you to consider, that you can consider in your reviewing the application. Okay. I don't want to suggest that you should seize upon a particular number. There should be some reason for how you arrived at that. But I guess at the end of the day, my answer is that height is a consideration that you all can take into account.
That's not a federal mandate on anything on that, is there?
Not in the first instance.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Kirshner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have I think it's a small question. So this is surrounded by, has a lot of woodlands around here, and so clearly some environmental resources that are pretty valuable. I'm just wondering, in looking at the landscaping plan and the landscaping requirements, why you didn't pursue asking them to put in 100% native plants, because that would jive with our Chapter 3 of the general plan in terms of enhancing natural, environmental, and heritage resources wherever possible.
The answer to that would be that we have generally been asking for 80%, but I'm sure that you could request of the applicant if they would be interested in doing higher percentage.
This particular place looks to me like it makes sense to do this. I mean, I understand that, like, you kind of have this template of the 80%. But to me, I think, again, it's a small thing. I don't think it would be much to ask of the applicant. I think it would be a benefit overall to the plant and animal communities out there.
Sure. For a little context, I will add that originally the tower was actually pushed up into the forested area a bit more, and that they were going to include some of the area as a TCA.
Right.
But in order to actually, I will let them speak more to why they chose to move it, but they chose to move it out of that space. So sort of kind of a last minute decision on the 80%
Sure.
Native plants
But it looks
for
like,
the
it
buffer
looks like
yard.
when I'm looking at the landscape plan, they've got quite a bit of trees and shrubs and
Sure.
landscapes.
I think it would be a reasonable
Yep.
request.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Combs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. First for either Courtney or Marchant. So with respect to that FCC regulation that you mentioned, if they come in with a insubstantial change, for example, a height modification of less than 10% of the existing tower's height, there's no then legislative process for that approval. So does that mean they would come in with perhaps a request for additional height up to 15 more feet, and that's done at a staff level, doesn't come in for planning commission review or public hearing or anything of that nature? Is that what that means?
Correct. I can't say that I know exactly what the administrative review process about that is. I imagine they may be required to come in to get a zoning permit to confirm that they're within, their limits, but it absolutely does not require a further legislative review. We're not permitted to require that, and in fact, we are actually required to approve it, if
Okay.
they come in with a request within those limits.
Okay, so then no public hearings, no participatory
Correct.
sort of process like that. Okay, thank you.
Just one follow-up to that. So we're asked the question, how often what's the preponderance of this situation happening? We've only had one case where that's happened. They did not seek the full height increase that they would be allowed, and it had to do with the design issue in terms of being able to serve the area. We've not had any indication that they have a desire. They're able to accommodate 4 carriers. The lightning rod is as the nominal increase to the overall height. So we're not, at this point in time, there does not seem any indication that they would have a need to go any higher given the design today.
Okay.
But we have not, given all the towers we have in the county, we've only had one instance where that's happened, and it was due to a design issue and being able to serve as originally intended.
Okay, that's helpful context. Thank you, Marchant. My second question for Grace is with respect to design. We've seen with other commission permit applications and towers, we've seen stealthing or shrouding at the tops of these towers. Did staff inquire, did staff discuss with the applicant any measures along those lines to sort of to shroud those antenna or arrays at the top of the tower like we've seen with some other applications over the years?
We did not discuss that, and the painting scheme specifically came from the applicant that as a response to feedback that they had from their community in that area. And so we just kind of rolled with what made sense, what they told us that that the community there wanted.
And do you, I don't know if, Grace, you have any sense of it, but where we have seen shrouding or stealthing on these towers, do we know what that context was? Did that initiate with a staff suggestion, or was that an instance where an applicant was proposing to do that of its own accord? Do we have any?
It would be a mix of both. I think with shrouding also limits the number of carriers that can be put on it.
Okay.
So the applicant will certainly have some background in that as well. But it was always the context situation, how many co-locations, the distance they were trying to cover with the tower, was it closer to residential areas, the number of factors that led to choice of that stealth technology.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Grace, no presentation from the applicant.
There is a presentation from the applicant, yes.
Okay, are they here? Come forward, sir. How are you?
Mr. Chairman,
Good.
good evening.
You are free to start when you are ready.
Thank you. My name's Ed Donahue. I represent Milestone Communications, and we're very pleased to be here tonight for the hearing. I'm very pleased with the presentation by Grace, so I'm going to try not to be redundant. Matt Penning was mentioned earlier. He has met with a couple of the commissioners. He is with me here in the first row of seats. In addition, we have 3 people available virtually as needed. AT&T's RF engineer, Gaurav Bell, is on the line. Maureen Bowman, who prepared the 106 and the SHPO report, and our expert in historic preservation is available. Also, John Palmer, who's an expert in real property valuation. Each of those would be available. We anticipate using those as rebuttal witnesses as needed, but I want to be sure you were aware of those. In addition, Mark Novak is here from Parks and Rec. He's your chief planner because Recreation has a vested interest in the facility. And of course, Loudon County Public Schools is the owner of the property, and Beverly Tate is here if there are questions for the owner and or operator of the property. I do have a PowerPoint. I'm going to try to go through his fairly quickly because I do want to get to the questions about 6409. So let me go to the next slide, please, Grace. As you may know, Loudon and Milestone have done a number of projects together, but Loudon has a similar arrangement with many of the counties throughout the Commonwealth, and mentioned there are a number of them, Albemarle through Stafford County. And Milestone has done quite well in developing municipal properties where appropriate, and we're very proud to have a partnership with Loudon County. Next slide, please, Grace. Probably the most recent one that the commission looked at was Brambleton Fire Station, but the others are mentioned there for you. Kirkpatrick, also in the Blue Ridge District, Animal Shelter. Mr. Chairman, you remember the discussions about that property not far from where you are. So let's go to the next slide, please, Grace. This is it's a long series of meetings and a long discussion about where this application has been. We had an informational meeting. Schools has a program where if we're talking about schools properties, we do informational meeting. All of these were done virtually, but we had the informational meeting for the board back in April of 21, and then we had the board action. And the board actually approved the original application of Milestone, which was a 185-foot structure at a location that I'll show you in a little bit. That number is important because it's going to come back when we talk about it later. The other dates that are shown there are also pertain to the original location, but we did a balloon fly August the 14th on a Saturday, and then again on a weekday, which is a little less successful due to wind, and then the community meeting on October 25th. The results of all of those discussions back in October of last year was that the facility was actually moved to a more interior location on the property. The move was approximately 1,200 feet. We reduced the height of the facility from 185 feet to 150 feet, and as I said, moved to the rear portion of the property, and then the painting scheme, which came up as a result of an online poll that we did throughout those community meetings. Next slide, please, Grace. So the original location was just off of the ball field there, shown, not surprisingly, as original. And that was a location that made sense, ease of construction, ease of access. Also, as Grace mentioned, the distance from Route 50 and the lack of visibility was important. We thought that that was far enough removed. That site wasn't well received back in August of 21, and it was suggested that a more remote location up in the northwest corner there would be better. And it really has worked out. We moved, as I said, approximately 1,200 feet. The numbers in the upper right corner there are important. The distance from the nearest resident went from 757 feet to almost 1,400 feet, 1,355, a change of almost 600 feet. The other distances are shown there, distance from Route 50, distance from Carter's Farm Lane. So that is the proposed location up in the corner. And Parks will tell you this doesn't interfere with their use or proposed use. There are cricket fields that are proposed for that park. It's not going to interfere with that. It is at a location that allows us to take advantage of significant tree cover on 3 of the 4 sides. And that's really helpful to us. And we think that that, combined with the paint scheme, will really be very effective. I want to go to a few of the photo simulations that we have. Grace, next one, please. When we looked at the original location, we looked at the new location, we found that moving the location some 1,200 feet and then lowering it really had a significant impact on it. This is a site within the park, as you see, pretty visible among the light poles there, looking from south, actually south-southeast, I'd say, in the park, looking over the ball field. That's the original location, original height in the left of the screen, at 185 feet, and then to the right at 150 feet. It's a pretty significant change. Now, admittedly, the site on the left is in the winter. There are fewer leaves on the trees, but you see the point. There really is a change in the visibility. I think it's pretty noticeable. Next one, please, Grace. This is a site that's a little south and east. This is off of Oakham, a little over a half mile away. But again, a pretty significant change in the visibility, reducing from 185 down to 150 feet. And the next one, please, Grace. Similar location, just a little, 0.28 miles away. In this location, the site is no longer visible. And this is a site, this is taken from Carter's Farm Lane, so actually just off of the property. And they're just not visible any longer. The next one, please, Grace. Similarly, at 185 feet in the original location, visible, and then to the right, again, with the leaves on the trees, but the antenna no longer visible. And the next one, please. So we did do a poll to ask about screening. Some folks prefer just galvanized, just leave the utility the way it is. Commissioner Combs asked about stealthing, you know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but you know, in some folks' minds, the galvanized really works. In this location, the two-tone painting really was preferred by a little less than 50%, but we do think it helps. It works with the tree cover in the back, so the painting would change at about 100 feet, going from a brown back to a sky color, if you will. And that was the preference. Admittedly, it wasn't an overwhelming preference, but it was the preferred solution. The coverage improvement shown on the next slide, please, Grace. AT&T is the anchor tenant. AT&T has been satisfied that 150 will work. Below it, they really, really have a challenge, east and west on Route 50 and going north and south. But the height really does work for AT&T as the anchor. In addition, as you see there in the second paragraph, T-Mobile has expressed interest in co-location, so they would be the second carrier at a rad center of 135 feet, AT&T at 145, T-Mobile at 135. Next slide, please. We submitted these propagation maps, and I'm going to go through them quickly. This is the existing coverage without a site at Mickey Gordon. And then the next slide, a pretty robust change in the signal, an attempt to connect us to Middleburg to the west and Aldi to the east. Now, as you see, we still have some challenges as we get east. Aldi is a difficult area. AT&T and any of the other carriers will tell you that there's going to be another site that will have to be proposed for that area, but it's challenging. There aren't 100-acre park properties there, and we have historic resource. We have a lot of challenges, stream valleys as well. So, but this is a site and a very robust signal change for AT&T and also the FirstNet network, which comes along with AT&T's project. And finally, Grace, on the last one, I just want to show you the tower elevation, which does show the co-location. We expect to have robust interest from the other carriers, knowing that the area is difficult to serve, and the approach to Middleburg is important. Route 50 obviously is a significant traveled road, and then we have a number of residential customers that are going to benefit by the change. Let me go quickly to the questions that we got earlier. I'm not going to address the health effects because my colleague in the county attorney's office did a very capable job. It is beyond your purview, you know that, but we can and will submit a health report if you like. What we do is we take the site, we run an RF propagation, and we run a maximum permitted exposure so that you know that the site is safe, and we can certainly do that. But let's talk about the height extension, because this has come up often, at least in recent discussions. 6409 is the quick term for it. It's what allows for extension. Ms. Sidner did a very capable job explaining that as well. No hearing is allowed, a building permit only. It would be not a legislative act. It would be a height extension. It is not foreseen in this location. AT&T doesn't need it. The other carriers haven't indicated they need it. So what we would propose to do is to, in agreement with the Loudon County Schools, agree to cap the height at no more than 150 feet unless needed by the county. If the county were to approach schools or approach both schools and Milestone, we would ask to be able to revisit it. But we would do that, and the way to handle it, I think, would be to amend the lease pertaining to this site as between Milestone and LCPS, such that the height would be capped at 150 feet. And we're willing to proffer that this evening. The last thing, and I know I'm running out of time, Milestone has agreed to the suggestion by Commissioner Kirshner about 100% non-invasive species. So we'll certainly go to that, and we'll go beyond the 80%. Made it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are my remarks.
You are so welcome. Questions for the applicant? Commissioner Kirchner.
Just want to say I appreciate you agreeing to that. I think it'll be a benefit to the whole community.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that, well, I guess I'll ask Grace, is that something that can just be adjusted tonight or in the proffers?
You could make that as part of your motion. Should you move it forward this evening? You
Okay.
can make that as part of your motion. It would not be tied to the commission permit. It would be associated with the special exception.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Barnes.
Yes, I just want to ask you a question. So is this, this is a private company that's putting out the pole as a business, and then they're going to lease it to the company, different companies? That's what I'm understanding is?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Now, the county, how does the county get involved in it?
So the county and Milestone have a longstanding agreement. If you remember the slide there where I showed you,
Yeah.
each of the other projects in the county, Courage Court, Kirkpatrick Fire Station, et cetera, are part of a joint venture, if you will, as between Milestone and Loudon
Is
County.
the county putting money in there too?
No, sir.
How could it be joint venture if they're not putting it?
Well, the county allows Milestone to use a portion of the property.
Oh, okay, this is the county property.
It's county schools property, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And only county can request another 10%.
That's correct.
I'm okay with that.
We talked to the assistant county attorney, and I think both agreed that it really isn't a zoning issue, it's a leasing issue. So we think it's appropriate to handle it through a lease. And there's paper on this particular site called an SLA, and we would amend the SLA to reflect the agreement between the parties. We think it makes sense. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question, and it may be more for Ms. Tate with LCPS. But since they own the property, were they to ever need to put a school on it, I guess that's an option were the time and need to come. I'm assuming that where this is tucked in that corner would probably not prohibit the school from, or will there never be a change in the use? I mean, I don't know, we can never say never, but, and that may be a Park and Rec thing. I don't know the agreement, how that works between the schools own it, but Parks and Recs is running on it, so I guess I'm trying to understand that a little better.
So even in association with this application and the application that Parks and Rec is putting forth for their special exception process, we have an agreement with our lease that if we need it, then it would, yeah. I don't think where it is cited right now that it would impact a school,
Okay, all right, but you've got the flexibility where, okay,
even with the lease with Parks and Rec, we do.
all right, that's all I have.
Commissioner Vance. I'm sorry, Commissioner Combs.
Yeah, so Ms. Tate, so can you confirm that the school board would agree to modifying the lease to cap the tower at 150 feet?
As staff, we would take that back to the school board, but as the school board's initial approval was at 185 feet, that is above the 10% cap that the applicant is proposing. So I don't anticipate the school board having issue with that, but I certainly cannot speak for them. And they're on hiatus this month, so
Right.
they meet on the 9th of August.
Okay, all right. And for the applicant, have you had discussions with the school board about modifying the lease?
We had interactions with staff. We've not been before the board on this.
Okay.
It came up fairly late in the
Right.
discussions, in the last couple of days.
Okay, all right.
We don't anticipate a problem. We don't think it's a need for any of the carriers. We don't think it's a need for schools, so we don't foresee an issue.
Okay.
Commissioner Combs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ed, a couple questions for you regarding height, first of all. We had, thank you again for your time yesterday. We had discussed height and its impact on the usefulness of the tower and potential impact on two-tower solution for that gap at Aldi. What happens to the effectiveness of the tower and the coverage it affords if you reduce the height, say, to 130 feet or 125 feet?
Causes a pretty significant problem, particularly to the east. It was pretty noticeable when we looked at the maps and we looked at the metrics. It showed a pretty significant degradation in signal going east toward Aldi. And so the engineer, in typical engineer speak, said, well, if we can get 180 feet in Aldi, perhaps that would work. I don't think that's realistic. But it showed probably a 40% degradation in signal heading east toward Aldi.
Okay, so then as this tower decreases in height, the proposed second tower, whenever that might be on the horizon, wherever that might be closer to Aldi, that has to increase in height to make up for what would be lost here.
Yeah, I think there's two things, right? So for the anchor tenant, if you look at that elevation up there, the anchor tenant would seriously need more height east toward Aldi, either in or near Aldi. And then as you go down below, carrier number 2, 3, and 4, those folks are in the trees as you come down. And we looked at the tree cover there. On site, we looked at it. Some pretty significant trees, north, south, and north, east, and west. And that's going to be more of a challenge. So for the T-Mobiles, for the Verizons, that's probably more of an issue for them. But already the issue was with AT&T, and it did drive the heights pretty significantly.
Okay. And then also with respect to height, why not propose shrouding or stealthing on this tower like we have seen elsewhere in the county?
You know, we looked at a couple after talking.
Or monopine, or what, the Charlie Bound tree we discussed.
Yeah. You recently approved, well, I guess it's a few years ago now, Morven Park, which is modified stealth design, some panels. We looked at that. We looked at that as built. It's in the open, and I think so perhaps in that location it would be appropriate. In this location, the only design I would sort of argue for would be the tree. But at 150 feet, it's going to call attention to itself. And as I think I mentioned to you when we were on the property, they don't age well. The trees don't age that well. They pose a real challenge. You've got to replace the leaves, if you can believe it. The bark fades and cracks and falls. So there's a lot of maintenance that's going to fall either on Milestone or on schools. The other thing is you've got to create additional height in order to create some sort of a crown on the tree if you're going to create the effect of a tree. So the 150-foot structure then becomes 160 or 165 foot in order to give some sort of fullness to the tree. I think it'd be a poor solution. We can look at it. We can do photo simulations for you, but I think you'll find that the paint scheme really is what calls less attention to the project.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, if I might, just one follow-on question.
Oh, sure.
With respect to the trees surrounding the application limits, how much clearing of the existing tree canopy coverage would need to occur in order to grade and construct what's being proposed?
We didn't show any tree clearing except perhaps the entrance there.
The one tree.
The one tree that we saw.
Okay.
Which is a fairly modest tree right between the ball field and the cricket fields. But there's no clearing back on the northern portion of the property. It's not needed.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I had just a few questions. First of all, what can you tell me in the context of the leasehold agreement with LCPS? I know that they are bringing the land to the joint venture. What are the economics for the school system?
Let me ask Matt Penning to respond to that, Mr. Chairman. I do the land use, not the leasing for them. So
Okay.
I actually don't know.
Okay.
Matt Penning with Milestone, Director of Development.
Welcome.
So the site license agreements and our agreements with Loudon County Schools it's a 40% revenue share. So every dollar that we earn in tower revenue is split 40% with the schools. And then in addition, there's a $40,000 site fee, one-time site fee paid upon construction start.
A $40,000 for what size site?
Any school site. So any site in which we develop a tower on. Once construction starts, we pay the one-time $40,000 site fee regardless of the size of the site.
What's the average square footage of the site that you might use?
Our general lease area is about 2,500 square feet. And then depending on how we can get access to the site, initially in this location, we proposed coming right off the existing parking lot, but then with the relocation, we've built a access road that's about 600 feet long to get to the site.
So you generally bear the cost of the access route?
Correct.
Sounds good. Okay. That's a fair. And what is the term generally of the lease?
It's 10 years initial term, and then there's 5-year renewals. So an additional, I believe it's 5-year renewals.
Okay. And annual escalation of what amount?
3%.
And then, so this may or may not be a question for you. So, what, from a technical aspect, and we were talking, Commissioner Combs had a lot of questions about coverage in terms of height. What are the give and takes, the pros and cons from having these towers versus using a more frequent litany of antenna on rooftops? I'm more accustomed, I've done, proliferation of rooftop antenna to gain coverage in a more densely populated area. Is that not effective in certain areas where we've got schools and other public buildings? We seem to really rely on towers almost exclusively.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I can kind of speak to our experience and try to bring it specifically to this site. In this case, AT&T first goes out and looks at what they can do to upgrade their existing service, and whether that means utilizing the sites they're currently on, or then also looking at, well, that's the first step they do. Then if nothing's available from upgrading their existing sites, then they go and look at tall existing structures like rooftops or water tanks or anything else that they can mount antennas on. If those aren't available, really this is the last resort for them, because as we're here tonight, there's some risk in whether it moves forward, and there's also some time associated with it in terms of getting a development project approved. So this is ultimately sort of their third tier option if they can't co-locate on an existing structure or upgrade their existing equipment. And in this case, there just aren't many co-locatable objects or existing towers, water tanks, transmission lines, and that was all part of the submittal package too, is looking at what was existing in the surrounding area and evaluated.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you sharing that with me. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. So now we'll open up the public hearing, and we actually do have 7 speakers who have previously signed up in advance to speak on this matter. Before we begin, I'm going to ask the Madam Assistant Secretary, have we had any additional speakers sign up to speak in person?
No, Chair Hayes, no additional speakers as of today.
Okay, so we'll get started. The first person on our list is Alexander Nance. Mr. Nance, please come forward. And while Mr. Nance is coming forward, if Mr. David Blanchard is in the room, you may take this podium here. Mr. Nance, you represent the Virginia Piedmont Heritage Area Association.
Yes, sir.
And so you will have a total of 6 minutes. And Mr. Blanchard, it appears that you are representing yourself, correct? Okay, so you will have 3 minutes. Please, sir, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. My name is Alexander Nance, and I serve, as mentioned, as the Executive Director of the Virginia Piedmont Heritage Area, or VPHA. BPHA was founded in 1995, and our mission is to educate and advocate for the preservation of the extraordinary historic landscape, culture, and scenery of our state-designated heritage area. We work alongside other preservation organizations to protect the integrity of the surrounding countryside, and we respectfully request that the Loudoun County Planning Commission take steps to mitigate the potential for negative impacts from this proposed cell tower at Mickey Gordon Park on our scenic and historic landscape. The proposal calls for erecting a cell tower at Mickey Gordon Park, which could mar the scenic viewshed of the area, not just for local residents, but for each one of the hundreds of visitors who drive west out on Route 50 every day. Local residents and community organizations have spent decades preserving the bucolic and scenic viewsheds of the Route 50 corridor between the historic village of Aldie and the town of Middleburg, and its enduring beauty is one of the many reasons why so many people visit and cherish our region every year. Mickey Gordon Park sits right in the middle of the scenic Route 50 corridor, and erecting a large cell tower just off the road could compromise that treasured landscape forever. While we support the goal of safe and reliable cell phone coverage throughout rural western Loudon, we believe there are less damaging solutions for addressing the supposed lack of cell service in the area. We stand with local residents and partner organizations who are asking that the Planning Commission postpone a decision on this proposal until Milestone Towers provides hard data clearly indicating that there is a need for this particular tower in this particular location. Loudoun County has traditionally made it a policy to co-locate all cell tower infrastructure wherever and whenever possible, and we firmly support that policy. Representatives from Milestone Towers have said that co-locating cell phone infrastructure in previously existing locations, such as Middleburg's water tower, is not feasible, though we have not seen any such detailed analysis for other stakeholders to review. We urge the county to defer approving this proposal until the local community is given this hard data analysis so we can verify these claims. Thank you all for your leadership and for your careful consideration of this important issue.
I'm sorry. We don't allow clapping. I'm sorry. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we don't clap here. Yes, Mr. Blanchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, my name is David Blanchard. I'm a resident of Carter's Farm Lane and also a board member of the Virginia Piedmont Heritage Area Association. The point I want to impart to you with my time tonight is that this cell phone tower proposed at Mickey Gordon Park is essentially representing the introduction of a modern landmark into a historic path into one of the most beautiful areas our county has left. Through years of hard work and collaboration between the community and this governing body, we've all been successful in retaining the natural and historic viewshed of this gateway to Middleburg. The traffic calming successes and the thoughtful assessments that have been given to all development have enabled us to retain an environment that would look similar to what George Washington saw when he first visited the Red Fox Inn in Middleburg in 1748, almost 300 years ago. Stone walls, grazing cattle, and open fields frame the view. Ancient trees, the occasional silo, and the beautiful Bull Run and Blue Ridge Mountains stand as the tallest elements on the horizon today. But this cell phone tower would represent a permanent change to this picture. No matter what color or how much vegetation is framed around this monopole, it will be an obvious and alien thing scarring the airspace of an otherwise pristine section of the county. I would ask that you, as our decision makers, consider strongly the impact of this kind of new element into our environment and its harm, and if its harm is outweighed by any amount of added cell phone coverage in an area that already has digital access from existing structures. Cell phone towers are never dismantled. They're only supplemented with height, additional antennas, and more wires. Just because we could put a cell phone tower on this community park doesn't mean that we should. I also question the illustrations that were provided tonight of why the digital renderings of the new location did include foliage when the other representation of the old location did not. That seems odd that you could say that it's invisible when you could easily just superimpose the antenna on the non-foliage images. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I would suggest that we postpone the decision on this matter until further data is provided.
Thank you. Mr. John Benedict. Mr. Benedict, if you would come to the podium. Ms. Doris Nick.
Okay. Mic is on?
Yes.
I'm Jeff Benedict.
Mr. Benedict, you will have 3 minutes. Ms. Nick, you're with the Wired Informed Networking. You'll have 6 minutes. Please, Mr. Benedict, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Again, John, I'm Jeb Benedict. I live just outside of Middleburg and quite close to Mickey Gordon Memorial Park. It is indeed a very special area, and this is a special park. It's quite a Loudon County gem. Now, we all know that towers have to exist somewhere, but there's a strong consensus in the community that it's not the right place to build a tower, particularly when we've got the Middleburg East water tower so close you can actually see it from the park. But my point this evening is that the tower is to be approved, it should be capped at 150 feet. And that can be either by setting it 130 feet, knowing that it could be increased 20 feet, or by conditioning it on, or recommending that it be conditioned on a binding commitment that it not be increased above 150 feet. The federal regulation at issue allows an increase in height of 20 feet or 10%, whichever is greater, if they have another co-locator in the future. And that would be without any recourse to the commission or the county or the public. Now, 170 feet basically is what we'd be looking at in that situation, which is frankly not much different than 185, which they sort of acknowledge is much more of an eyesore. And everything that's been presented to the commission and the staff and the public has been based on 150-foot height, including the latest balloon fly. So it's appropriate that the approval, if there's to be any at this site, be capped at that height. Now, again, you could either recommend that it be set at 130, knowing that it might be increased by 20 in the future if it's needed, or make a real binding commitment for 150 feet. That would be by a binding commitment by the applicant, or frankly, and a provision in the lease that may not be amended, that the tower height will not increase in the future. That would go a long way to moderating the impact on the public and making the community a little less frustrated about the potential for this, visual impact. All right, I appreciate the opportunity to comment and the commission and the staff's work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nick?
Hello. Again, my name is Doris Kinnick, and I reside in Chesterfield County. And I had originally planned to speak from this list. Hopefully you've received the documents that I sent in as well, the link to the 11,000 pages of evidence of harm of wireless devices, as well as the Wi-Fi in schools information from around the world, and information specifically about cell towers and wireless, and how cell towers near school have caused harm already. And in states like California and Maine and Oklahoma, Massachusetts, and other places, they have set guidelines to keep these cell towers away. Now, it is true that the FCC doesn't want to allow anyone to regulate where these towers are placed based on health concerns. But you cannot simply stick your head in the sand and ignore the amount of health concerns that there truly are. And I'm here tonight to educate you and empower you, because there is a gentleman by the name of Andrew Campanelli, and he is a cell phone tower attorney in New York. And I have brought him to my county board of supervisors, and we have met, and I've recorded that video. I'd be happy to share it with this board. And you can also make your own phone call to Andrew Campanelli and have him educate you, because your county attorney, this is not their area of expertise. And the fact of the matter is, it is up to boards, and it is up to board members. And I don't know if you have this ability as county planning commissioners, but ordinances need to be changed so that you can protect children. You can determine where they can and cannot be placed. You don't have to state that it's a health concern, but these towers belong in places like dumps, and they don't belong in playgrounds, parks, neighborhoods, none of that. None of this is acceptable. To only care about the environment is important as well, but the fact of the matter is, it was mentioned 40% of revenue is going to be split between the schools, and a $40,000 site fee. That is not even enough money to cover what cancer causing to children may occur for radiation, for chemotherapy. I have given the legal letter from the Lawyers Committee on Wireless Radiation and Children's Health to the Loudon County woman that was sitting here. Again, this is not my county, but I am happy to follow up. I do hope she looks at that. I do hope this board recognizes that these towers simply are uninsurable. There's information on that in here that I've provided to this board as well. And as much as Mr. Donahue wants to tell you, because he's a site developer, that's his job, he doesn't really care. He doesn't care about the children in this county. And who should care should be this school board member. Their job is to protect the children. So I advise you to speak with Mr. Campanelli, because he's a cell phone tower attorney, and he used to work with these site developers. And he used to make a lot more money. But you know what? He works to help local county governments now, and he meets with them for free and educates them, because you are our last line of defense, and it's the job of the board to protect the constituents of the county. And he sleeps a lot better at night now, and he's well aware of all the dirty, dirty tricks that site developers play, especially when it comes to maps, to claiming that there's a gap in coverage when there isn't, and you're not this is not your area of expertise, just like being a lawyer is not my area of expertise. But it would behoove you, and it would be very wise and smart on your part to reach out to someone with that experience and with that knowledge to give you proper guidance before you choose to allow a cell tower on a site that children play at. It's so disheartening, to be completely honest. I've got to compose my thoughts, honestly. Public safety is important. There are a lot of short-term health risks. I'm going to go ahead and list some since I still have a little bit more time. Some of those health risks are headaches, tachycardia, bloody noses, ear bleeds, skin rashes, nausea, tinnitus, vertigo, inability to concentrate, depression, anxiety, insomnia, focusing issues, which is not very helpful when you have children in school. Long-term side effects of microwave radiation, autism, ADHD, childhood leukemia, brain tumors, cardiac arrest, diabetes, prenatal effects, DNA damages, headaches, impaired growth, neurological, cognitive issues, reproductive issues, and also cancer. There is evidence of harm and plenty of it. And so we must do our best and do our due diligence, not to just trust a site developer whose job is to put towers up wherever he possibly can to make money. And school boards should do their job as well to protect these children. Stop choosing money over life and safety and well-being. Would you send your kids to a school that had a cell tower right next to it? Do you have children? I really hope and pray that you think about it and reach out to Mr. Andrew Campanelli, because site developers tend to take advantage of school boards and people that are not aware. And your county attorney, this is not their area of expertise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Evan McCarthy. Mr. McCarthy, while you come, Mr. John Rizek, if you will come to the opposite podium, please. And Mr. McCarthy, you represent the PEC, so you'll have 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Mr. Rizek, you'll have 3.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Evan McCarthy, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Piedmont Environmental Council. Part of our mission is to preserve scenic landscapes and culturally sensitive areas. That's often carried out by monitoring land development applications that threaten those resources. Consequently, I'd like to share a few comments about the proposed tower at McKee-Gordon Park and its potential impacts to the historic Route 50 corridor. However, before I do so, I'd like to acknowledge the applicant for their community outreach efforts. They have worked to be responsive to the community, and that does not happen with every legislative application. Heading west from Gilbert's Corner, the Route 50 corridor provides stunning views of Loudon's rural countryside and showcases its various agricultural industries. The viewscape alone serves as a powerful economic engine for Loudon's tourism revenue and ought to be carefully planned for and protected. The proposed location of the tower is inappropriate and could negatively impact the visual character of the area. Earlier this month, the Piedmont Environmental Council hosted a community meeting to brief the public and its members and its supporters about a variety of land use issues along the corridor. In my conversations with several attendees during and after the meeting, I consistently heard no to the tower. However, as Chair Randall has mentioned many times, just saying no isn't helpful. Tell us what you want instead of what you don't want. Here are a few suggestions and alternatives. Please explore opportunities to work with the town of Middleburg to put the telecommunications infrastructure with other utility infrastructure, like at the town's eastern water tower or at the wastewater treatment facility closer towards town. Our intention is not to deny services that may be needed, but rather to find a suitable location that also preserves the scenic and valuable landscape that is treasured by residents and visitors alike. Tonight, you have heard and will hear from local residents and others with concerns about the tower. Their remarks will include topics ranging from historic resource protection to height restrictions to technological considerations and requests. Please take the remarks into consideration as you review the application. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Sir, let me start when you're ready.
I'm a 28-year-old retired county employee. My name is John Rizik. The entire north side of Mickey Gordon Park is on my property line. This proposal puts a cell tower on my property line that is a tremendous burden to place on one landowner. The park is 100 acres. To put a tower on my property line is unfair and unreasonable. The silo at the park is a higher elevation on dry ground and is surrounded by natural vegetation. Cell towers lower property values. The Department of Housing and Urban Development says cell towers are hazards and a nuisance. The federal government says that cell phone towers are hazards. They require their certified appraisers to list them on the reports. The National Institute for Science, Law, Public Policy shows documentation of a price drop of up to 20% in multiple surveys. Realtor Magazine, cell towers are problematic for buyers and indicate up to 20% drop in value. United Real Estate Premier and Century 21 have sent letters indicating that the cell tower will lower my property value. United, Mr. Rizik is facing considerable loss in value and marketability. Century 21, the tower will have a negative impact on property value. The tower will limit the use of my property. I've completed a perk test just north of where the tower is to be done, and if the tower goes in here, I won't be able to build a house on my land. It's not safe. The commission has received 1,100 pages of evidence from the New Hampshire State Commission on the effects of cell towers. They recommend 500 meters distance from a residence. This tower is under that. Where is the safe fall zone? If this tower falls, will it hit my property? As the tower grows over the years, is it going to hit my property if it falls? This tower will have a negative impact on my livestock and poultry. The closer you are to the tower, the higher the risk. The Second Circuit Court ruled towers to be on the least intrusive location. This tower is the most intrusive location. The Telecom Act of 1996 has provisions for cell phone coverage. There is no provision for broadband. Where is the data to justify this tower? I have requested the gap in coverage coordinates, drop call data, and data from the drive-by test. Due diligence needs to be done on the tower company's claims. A third party, independent, should be involved. In other jurisdictions where research has been done to indicate, is the tower justified? Is there a gap in coverage? Many times it does not exist. I asked the members of the committee, how would you feel if this was your property and you had a 150-foot cell tower going in right next to it, right next to your property? Please do not approve this application.
Thank you, sir. Holly Farrington. Please come forward, ma'am. You can use either podium, whichever one you would prefer. And you will have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Holly Harrington, and I'm the resident of the structure noted on page 6 of the applicant's statement of justification, which states the proposed facility is removed from residential uses and roads in the area. You can call me 1355. My structure is 1355 linear feet away from the tower. I've attended the town hall meeting, which occurred on August 25th, and the balloon fly event that same month. I've reviewed the application. I understand the balance between technology and improved services and impact on a community. I feel personally that the board should postpone a decision on this for the following data points. I commute daily on Route 50 to Route 15. The call drop area occurs eastbound 1.6 miles from the intersection of Carter's Farm Road and Route 50 in the area of State Route 629, and signal is not reestablished until an additional 1.5 miles east on a good day. The net result is 3.1 miles of sustained coverage gap, which the proposed new tower does not appear to meet. The range of the proposed tower ends approximately at State Route 629, and I base that on comments that Mr. Pennington said during that remote meeting. So I have coverage for 1.6 miles, and then beyond that into Aldi, there's an additional 1.5 mile gap. Milestone has not provided hard data that this tower will resolve this issue, nor have any claims made by Milestone been vetted by an independent third-party expert as to the validity of said claims. The location of the tower clearly refutes the assertions and claims made by the applicant that the location is minimizing impact on adjacent residential structures. The land mass of Mickey Gordon Park is 99.89 acres and constitutes 4,351,208.40 square feet of property. The location, again, of the proposed tower is 1355 linear feet away from my home, regardless of meeting lot line setback requirements, which clearly has a profound impact on our home in a negative fashion and that of our immediate neighbor, Mr. Rizek. In aerial maps that I uploaded to the Planning Commission today, the impact is clearly apparent on both properties, as we are the only adjacent properties from Route 50 to the proposed location. For the above reasons, which constitute a failure on the part of the applicant to meet the objectives and criteria for approval, I respectfully submit that you all postpone a decision until additional data can be found and a thorough vetting of this process is done. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move to our one remote speaker, Ms. Mary Bauer. Ms. Bauer, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Okay, how many minutes do I get?
You get, it appears that is VA 4ST.
Virginia for Safe Technology.
Okay, so that is an organization. You get 6 minutes.
Okay.
Please
So
start.
my name is Mary Bauer, and I'm representing Virginians for Safe Technology. I'm a retired RF engineer and have reviewed the entire permit application package on the county website. I've determined that there is insufficient information in the online materials provided to make any factual determination that this tower location actually solves any gap in coverage problem, and neglect to provide for an alternate location study or report that looks at several new monopole locations that are less or least intrusive to the adjacent property owners. Gap in coverage and least intrusive location are two regulatory placement conditions that are included in the statement of justification submitted by Milestone and AT&T engineers in the application, but it is incomplete for the following reasons. And I list 7 reasons in the written statement, but I'm only going to address a couple. So first one is that all the electrical specifications, compliance with the National Electric Code Article 90.1, and the mitigation of electrical hazards with the use of electricity are not addressed. and there is no spec professional engineer signature seal on that part of the electrical portion of the drawing. Second, there is no drop-fall data derived from a certified statement from an RF engineer that would validate the location of the clean gap in coverage and attest to what % of drop-falls occur in an identified gap area to see if it is significant. Similarly, no antennas are identified by make and model to compare their range specifications to the cell coverage promised by Milestone. The information was put into a FOIA request and not forthcoming from the county for unknown reasons, excuse me, even though it was claimed to exist. AT&T also claims that 77% of all 911 calls are made by wireless phones in Virginia, but does not cite instead what % of those calls get dropped in the alleged gap in coverage area. The still undisclosed and important statistic is what is being relied upon for the justification of this tower, but it is missing. All these items do not fall under work to be done later, but are needed for justifications and independent verification, as without it, the Commission is being asked to rely solely on the promises made by Milestone in this application and approve a blank sheet of paper for electrical design and code compliance. The Commission does not have in their possession any solid and verifiable facts in the application's record in order to form their opinions about electrical and fire safety or design or arrive at any fact-based decision in this area. In addition, if no gap can be identified and there is adequate coverage at the current site, but nearby poor coverage, such as possibly an alley that would not be covered by this site, the Milestone should put the tower in the other location. Now, at the bottom of page 3, I have a study that I cite about that, and it's a good read because it talks about site migration around broadband signals and also reduced activity and forwarding around other radio frequencies. And these things may possibly endanger or cause the bats not to thrive. And I'm just asking for additional research in that area because NEPA statement didn't cover that in the application. Because the northern long-eared bat is considered an endangered species with protected habitat. So in summary, by Milestone's own admission in the town hall on August 25th at the 34-minute mark, they did not, quote, speculate or consider, unquote, other monopole locations more or less because they already had a willing landowner, meaning Loudon County School Board. In order to determine a least intrusive location, alternative new monopole sites are typically identified based on gap and coverage location, and then the history of the site and the site landowner's replies to Milestone's queries will be documented in a report as to why that site will or won't work. The county has a duty to conduct the necessary due diligence to ask for the alternative location report for the new monopole that are least intrusive to Mr. Reisig, not most intrusive, in order to protect property rights for location safety with adequate setbacks and fall zones. Proceeding with the current proposed location would be mainly for the mere convenience of the site developer, relieving them of the regulatory placement requirements to look for those alternate location sites that would be less or least intrusive. The Planning Commission on the Board of Supervisors has a duty to request this of them, to validate the gap in coverage with access data, and to deny the application in its current form due to data that was not proffered to prove any gap in coverage claims asserted. And I would recommend either a work session or a continuance until you get that data. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Madam Assistant Secretary, do we have anybody else who would like to speak on this matter?
No, Chair Hayes, we don't.
Okay. So hearing none, we will close the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who would like to respond to any of the comments made by the speakers? Of the staff or the applicant can respond. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Ed Donahue, counsel from Milestone. I'll be brief. You've heard a lot of testimony, but there are a couple things I want to go over. Grace, could we go to slide, I think it's 15? The map that shows the origin of the photosynthesis, right? So the suggestion is that the visibility from Route 50 was going to be impaired by the tower, and that's a concern. We're aware that Route 50 is a scenic byway, and we're certainly aware of historic resources. And so one of the first things we looked at was what's the visibility of the tower from Route 50. You see the red icons there indicate that the balloon fly, which is how we do the photo simulations, tells us that it wasn't visible from 50. Points 15, 14, 11, 9, 8, 7, all the way to 6 indicate that it wasn't visible from those locations. And as I mentioned earlier, it really had to do with moving back into the property, a remote location further north of 50, and also lowering the height. So we're certainly aware of that. We did undergo a full-blown Section 106. We interacted with the State Historic Preservation Officer, the SHPO, and I mentioned that Maureen Baumann, who wrote the report, is on the phone, and she indicated that that the SHPO had referred the matter to Loudon Preservation, Piedmont Heritage Area Association, Route 50 Corridor Coalition, and the Middleburg Museum. And all those folks had an opportunity to interact with the SHPO to see about any sort of adverse impact. The determination was no adverse impact. So the other graphic I want to go to, Grace, is I believe it's 23. Right, so this wasn't a slide I used in the presentation in chief, but this is part of what we did for rule outs. And let me explain what you're looking at here. Obviously, the pinpoint in the middle is the location, proposed location in the park. The purple line that does that jagged run through the southwest portion of the circle are power lines. Power lines can be a good opportunity for co-location, but they don't work if they're geographically in an area that doesn't cover. So the power lines had to be ruled out. None of the transmission towers that support the power lines would have worked for co-location. There really was nothing in the search ring for co-location. The two water tanks in Middleburg, indicated there by water tank 1 and water tank 2. Water tank 2 is a little outside of the search ring. AT&T is on that water tank. Let me say that again. That's an AT&T site to the west. So the suggestion that the water tanks in Middleburg are a viable option for co-location really doesn't work. And unfortunately, water tank 1 is not far enough east to do any good for the real challenging coverage area. So this is part of the rule outs that were undertaken, and this is a graphic that indicates, it shows you where AT&T is going to the west, excuse me. Finally, Mr. Chairman, State of Virginia changed the rules for what is required of applicants undergoing these process. Now, we find it's useful for us to show you the propagation maps, to put on the maps that we've shown you, and also sometimes put on live testimony for the RF engineers. But the state code was changed about 3 years ago, and the Family Commission actually can't require drive test data or drop some blocks, as was asked about by Mr. Rizek. It's not part of the equation. Again, we provide the maps because we think it helps explain what it is we're trying to do. But you as a commission really can't require that of applicants. I just want to mention that to you, as it was suggested that you require it of us. It really doesn't make sense. Finally, and I'm sorry, I know I said finally, but I'll say it again, 6409, the height extension, we believe we've covered that in terms of the agreement with schools. What we'd like to suggest to you is that we could, I know Mr. Vance had a question about, do you see an issue with the school board? We could get the language that we propose to enter into the SLA and show that to staff and draft, and come back to you and inform you whether the school board is okay with that, or any changes to it or whatever. We can certainly make that part of the record. Again, the applicant and schools is fine with 150 feet as a cap. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other responses?
I wanted to comment on the suggestion of postponing, just so the commission is aware. This is the date that Milestone has agreed to extend the review of this application, but it would be up to the applicant whether or not we would be able to further extend the Planning Commission's decision on this application.
Okay.
Passed tonight.
Good information, Grace. All right, so at this point, I would be ready to hear a motion, Commissioner Vance, if you have one.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Okay. So for the applicant, would you be willing to extend for a work session?
Mr. Vance, we think we've vetted the issues. We've been at this now for about 18 months. The relocation, with the redesign, with everything, with the cap that was agreed to earlier. We think we really have the issues all out on the table. We think we're ready for consideration. Commission permit is location, character, and extent. We think we've addressed it. Certainly staff has addressed it in this report. We feel like we're ready for a vote.
Okay. I mean, I believe that there's been a lot of questions raised by the public, and I think an assurance on the cap would be in order. That's my feeling.
I think we addressed the cap with the owner of the property. The school board could change its mind. We could revisit that, come back to you before Board of Supervisors action in the event that the Board of Education didn't agree with us. I can't imagine they're going to agree to or have a problem with a cap on a height when, as Beverly Tate told you, they approved a height of 185 feet. They don't need that height, nor do we. So we feel like we've addressed that issue, and I think there's probably no chance the Board of Education is going to have trouble with capping it. My feeling.
Well, no. I mean, we really, at this point, we have to hear a motion from Mr. Vance.
I move that the Planning Commission forward CMPT 2021-004-0014 Milestone Towers, Mickey Gordon Park to a Planning Commission work session for further discussion. And I move that the Planning Commission forward Special Exception 2021-0053 Milestone Towers, Mickey Gordon Park to a Planning Commission work session for further discussion.
Second.
The motion made by Commissioner Vance has been properly seconded by Commissioner Barnes. Point of information. Ms. Sidnor, based on what Grace shared with us, am I to understand that we need the applicant's consent to move past today?
If the applicant is, I'm not sure about where we stand with the special exception, but on the commission permit, if the applicant does not consent to the extension of time for the commission permit, then it is deemed approved unless you take action on it tonight. So either you need a extension agreed to by the applicant, or you should go ahead and take action at least on the commission permit. Otherwise, it would be deemed approved.
Meaning, you got that?
I guess I'm.
That's the only reason I wanted to make sure we made that clear.
Yeah. Okay.
So what should Commissioner Vance do?
He could. I mean, he could withdraw his motion and make a new one. He could amend the motion. Those are probably the options.
So the floor is yours, whatever you like.
There you go. Okay.
I just want you to know your choices.
Okay. That being the case, I'm going to withdraw the motion on the commission permit request. And make a new motion. I move that the Planning Commission forward recommendation of denial on CMPT 2021-0014 Milestone Towers, Mickey Gordon Park. And I move that the Planning Commission forward special exception 2021-0053 Milestone Towers, Mickey Gordon Park to a Planning Commission work session.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Vance is properly seconded by Commissioner Barnes. Commissioner Vance, do you have an opening? Is that in order?
Can I'll just make
So,
two technical comments there,
yeah.
if I may. So on the commission permit, it is actually either approve or deny. It is not a recommendation from the planning commission. I would just say that on this, but if you were going to deny the commission permit, I'm not sure if there was a reason for you may want to consider going ahead and making a recommendation on the special exception, because I'm not sure how you would be able to approve it at a work session if you've denied the commission permit. That's,
so
that's my
if we
thought.
deny the commission permit, the entire application dies, is what she's saying.
And that's
So there's no need.
So that being the case,
Right.
I'm sorry, this is very complicated.
Yes.
it is. So that being the case, I will again amend the motion to.
You want to withdraw that motion, just.
We'll withdraw the motion on the special exception. Correct? Okay. I move that the Planning Commission forward special exception 2021-0053 Milestone Towers, Mickey Gordon Park to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of denial.
second.
The motion made by Commissioner Vance is properly seconded by Commissioner Barnes. Now, Commissioner Vance, do you have an opening?
Yes, I do, and I apologize for any of the confusion that may have arisen. My desire was to move this all to a work session so we could have some further discussion. My desire also was to try to work with the applicant to assure that there would be a cap that would be agreed to by the school board on the height. And there were other issues that had been raised about coverage that I believe the public deserves to hear more from the applicant. Based on that, based on the fact that the applicant did not want to extend the time, I feel like I was forced and had no choice other than to recommend or deny the application.
Understood. Other comments, deliberation, debate? Nope. Oh, Commissioner Kirschner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support the motion. I, too, am disappointed that applicant would not agree to extend the timeline so that we could have this opportunity to look into some of the issues that were very adroitly raised by members of the public and folks that made the point to come and give us some very specific issues to look at. This was not, oh, I don't like it. They gave us very, very specific issues to look at, very specific options that it seems to me are not clear, that they've been fully vetted and fully looked at. So for that reason, I'm going to support the motion. I think that's the least that we owe to the community, to the people that live in the vicinity, and also for the future of people that future proposed cell towers are going to have to be faced with. I mean, this is not easy. It's not easy to say no, but I think in this case, I think we should be compelled to say no, because not even extending to go to a work session, to try to do some good work there. I have a list here of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items that I was going to list for us to look at and to get more information on and to ask staff to give us more information on. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Combs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to align myself with Commissioner Kirchner's comments. It's not a no to the concept of increasing cell coverage in the area. I too would like to have worked more on the issues related to location, character, and extent and consistency with plan policy. There are statements in the staff report regarding plan policy to support the development of high-quality wired and wireless telecommunication networks to serve businesses, residents, and visitors. And all we've really heard is from residents who are opposed to this. I would like to further explore whether there is support for that plan policy here. And I think there ultimately is if that gap in Aldi can be bridged. And I see this as a step toward that solution. I think we just need more to see whether there is actual consistency with the plan here. I would have liked to have worked on it, but without that additional opportunity, I find myself really sort of handcuffed in what I can provide in terms of support. So for that reason, I'll support the motion.
No. You know, I do. I feel like compelled to speak up on this, but I'm going to be very quick in consideration of time. I will support the motion. I will say that, like so many of my colleagues have mentioned, if we had additional time, I would have worked diligently with everyone else to find a way to help improve and get this particular application to a place where we could have had a different outcome. Only because I find from our previous experience with this company that they were willing to work with us, and that it's an important issue. But I have to say that this issue, this company aside, you know, I've noticed that the cell tower approach, and this is like almost winding up our third year on the commission, I've not seen, I can't remember one member of the public who's ever come out in support of a tower. Never. They're always against it. And, you know, it's not just a few shed, but you know, the placement is never convenient. The height is always an issue. I am a big proponent of the need for cell coverage and for high-speed broadband, particularly in the West. I think most people know I live in the West. And I understand that the long-term viability of our section of the county depends on the rural economy, and you cannot run a drugstore these days without having the ability to run your cash register with a computer. I mean, the days are over that you can run anything without having a cell phone or a computer. We have to have it. Public safety, you know, we went back and forth, sir, about Route 7 and Route 9. Nobody's ever still brought anything over there. It still drops me every single time, and I'm afraid it's going to drop my wife when something happens over there. But public safety is an issue. In Lovettsville, my part of Waterford, Paonian Springs, it's huge. But the reason that I'm even speaking about this beyond your application is more speaking to the industry and to the county. We have to embrace, I think, the state-of-the-art technology. We keep having these conversations about towers and the height of towers and where towers are located. And I think that, you know, there are ways to increase the coverage that don't include towers, and we won't have all this pushback from the citizens. And it doesn't have to only involve water towers either, and we all know that. The proliferation of 5G antenna across existing infrastructure and public buildings can create that coverage, and we all know that. We need to embrace, new age technology to create the same impact. I don't know why we won't do that, but we keep on talking about 150 feet versus 180 feet. You got to come up with a different conversation. And no, you can't talk now. Every application we go through the same thing. We got to change this conversation and find new tech. Maybe the tech doesn't exist. Somebody needs to invent it. But in Loudon, you heard somebody describe Middleburg. Nobody wants these towers cluttering up the viewshed in Middleburg. They're right. I refuse to believe that's the only way we can bring broadband to Middleburg in 2022. I refuse to believe it. And I do want to see an independent study that tells me that this is the only way that we can go about doing it. So with that, I'm going to support the motion. Commissioner Vance, do you have a closing?
Yeah, just briefly, I do appreciate the work that the applicant and staff did to mitigate to a large extent the visual impacts, and I believe the impacts on some of the on the neighbors as well. So I applaud that effort, and I am disappointed that we could not move it forward for some more work, but so be it. That's the way it is. So I thank everybody for their support on this, and I guess we'll to take the vote.
So we will take a vote, but if I did make myself clear, I want to make sure. If I could have supported anybody, it would have been you guys, because you really bent over backwards on the last one. And I know you tried to do your best this time. So, Commissioners, the motion has been laid upon the table. We'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. The vote is 6-1-3. 6-1-2. All right, moving on. SPEX 2021-0033, SPEX 2021-0034, SPEX-2021-0037, and SPMI-2021-0006. Beach Commercial Project Manager Grace Adams. Grace, start when you want.
I'll state for the record again that my name is Grace Adams Austinstead. I just got married. Just let you know.
Congratulations.
But this is
Okay, say your new name again.
Grace Adams Austinstead. I don't want to take up too much time on the
Austinstead.
presentation, but just to clarify,
So
I know
you got
it's
4 names now. There we go. All right. Congratulations.
Sorry, Denise. Beach Commercial, Specs 2021-0033, Specs 2021-0034, Specs 2021-0037, and SPMI 2021-0006. So this is a 1.91 acre site that is in the Dulles Election District, and it is currently zoned commercial light industry, and it is located in an area designated as a suburban mixed-use place type in the 2019 general plan. The site is currently an undeveloped forested parcel containing upland and bottomland forest and an area of forested wetlands. It is south of Route 50 and north of Tall Cedars Parkway off of Meadows Farms Court Directly to the north is an extension of the forested wetland on site. To the west is a church, and to the south, across Tall Cedars Parkway, is an HOA-owned open space area for Eastview at Stone Ridge. And to the east is a physical therapy office, which was recently developed, which is on the other side of Meadows Farms Court. So to begin, I'll mention these prior approvals. I know Denise will speak more to these, but I just wanted to mention that these prior approvals would not be invalidated by this application if it were approved. So there are 2 prior specs approvals on this site that were approved in 2019. There's an automotive service station or car wash. Basically, if one is developed, the other cannot be developed. And then there's also an approved site plan for a medical outpatient care facility, which is a by right use in the CLI zoning district. And that was approved administratively by the county in 2020. So this proposal is for 3 specs uses in the CLI zoning district. The area of the building that they would be located in is 8,210 square feet in total. And they would house these 3 uses: a convenience food store, a retail sales establishment, and a fast food restaurant without a drive-through. Part of this proposal is an elimination of the type A buffer yard requirement, which is required between the proposed uses and the vacant lot to the north. The SPMI addresses this issue of frontage. It would be to reduce the lot frontage requirement for a convenience store, food store, which is a performance standard in the zoning ordinance, at an intersection from 200 feet to 140 feet on Meadows Farm Court. So these are some of the topics I will cover. That are up for discussion. Well, anything's up for discussion, but that I'm going to cover in this presentation. I've got land use issues, the elimination of the type A buffer yard, environmental and natural resource impacts, specifically the impacts to existing wetlands, and then the stormwater management and runoff, specifically related to runoff and pollutants. So this area is designated as a suburban mixed-use place type, as I mentioned before. But typically for that area, you would want to see a mixture of uses. Because of the size and location of this parcel, we considered it and reviewed it as infill development and 100% commercial, since it contributes to the use mix within a 0.5 miles area radius of the site. Staff also considered that the commercial food and retail uses are preferable to the auto-centric uses of the prior specs approvals. For further consideration, we worked on conditions of approval with the applicant and settled on some conditions that we think are really positive towards working towards quality development and transportation, specifically bicycle and pedestrian policies. So the conditions include an outdoor seating area, which you can see in this map, a sidewalk along Meadows Farm Court, a trail connection to an existing trail along Tall Cedars Parkway, a $20,000 contribution for intersection improvements in lieu of building a crosswalk and traffic lights at that site, as well as some building design criteria. Basically, the standards include a similarity to the building that's across the street, as well as another development nearby. So specifically to address the elimination of the type A buffer yard, basically staff concluded that the justification for eliminating the buffer yard was not sufficient and was a bit unclear. So no future use has been identified for the northern adjacent parcel. The applicant suggested that this parcel would be preserved, but there is no preservation easement currently on that parcel. And without any kind of defined space in between the proposed uses and the use and the vacant area to the north, it's unclear what exactly the justification is for a complete elimination of the buffer yard. Staff does agree that if you were to plant a buffer yard, it could potentially disturb existing wetland area, but having no space in between the proposed uses and the boundary of the parcel could result in damage to the wetlands on the adjacent parcel. So we wanted to further explore in a work session what could be done with the buffer area there. So 2019 general plan policies include several policies that have to do with preserving contiguous open space, specifically, as well as specifically wetland areas. And this proposal basically requires or doesn't require, but as it stands now, includes a drive aisle that bisects a wetland area as it crosses over the parcel. There is also a significant area of unprotected wetland on the site that has no designated area. I would also like to note that the tree conservation area that is part of the conditions includes this center area of the parcel, but given that the wetland is bisected, it's questionable whether or not the characteristics would remain the same of that wetland area. Another area for consideration is stormwater management. Something that came up in the referral process was that the applicant claimed that they didn't want to add any additional LID or basically low impact of development or best management practices to the conditions, given, although that is staff's decision ultimately, they didn't want to design in any additional stormwater management measures. But we, based on the fact that they had already had an approval for a site plan, and they're for the most part using the same guidelines as that site plan. But in that site plan, they purchased 30% of the pounds of nutrients that would be leaving the site, and staff considered that we would like to see an increase at least by 5% with an additional LID or BMP measure to treat a minimum of 75% of phosphorus nutrients on site. I listed here too, for examples of low impact development and best management practices. I feel like this is an argument I often hear from applicants that there's not enough space, but there's quite a diversity of different kinds of options, and you can be creative, and ultimately those are determined by the applicant. But there's a number of different things that can be considered that don't necessarily require a significant amount of space. So ultimately, staff recommends the Planning Commission forward the application to a Planning Commission work session and would suggest the following topics of how to mitigate the environmental impacts on site, as well as the environmental impacts on the adjacent parcel to the north, what to do about the buffer on the northern boundary, as well as what additional stormwater management could be done on site, such as an additional LID or BMP measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Oh, Commissioner Frank?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure, Grace, that I'm following. So the two specs that are already approved, and the second one has a site plan on the books. Do those, you mentioned, let me ask the question, I guess. Do they also have the changes in setbacks and all of these things, or is this above and beyond what's already on the books?
So there is no elimination of the buffer yard, and there is no setback change specifically in this application. Are you referring to the convenience food store lot frontage, SPMI?
Yes, and then, I mean, you said we're going right up to the edge into the wetlands of the next property. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what.
So you're referring specifically to the buffer yard?
Yes.
So I don't believe that that was defined or came up as a topic for the special exception, the prior applications.
So it would not, didn't come up as an issue, or it's not impacted?
So part of the design change from the prior applications is actually the increase of the size of the building, the total size of the building. So I think that affected the position of the drive aisle.
That pushed the drive aisle out?
Yes.
Okay, so what is currently approved does not push it all that far. Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Mr. Chairman?
thank you, staff. Yes, Commissioner Merrithew, go right ahead.
I wanted to just for my clarification, the previous applications and the site plan do not reduce the buffer on that north side, is that correct?
I believe that is correct. Could you confirm that, Denise?
I can. Previously, there was no buffer required. The buffer changes to 51400 have since required a buffer type A, whereas in the previous specs, because this was CLI being used for commercial or retail, that land was considered vacant and there was no buffer requirement. So the buffer distance has not changed since the original specs that have been approved, as well as the site plan.
Okay. And is there any, Grace, any development constraints on the northern property that would preclude development on it, other than if the landowner put it under easement?
There are not, other than the fact that there is a significant wetland area, and I imagine that that is a development constraint. There's no easement, there's no, and no decisions have been made necessarily about what's happening with that parcel.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Okay. Does the applicant have a presentation?
Can I ask a
Two
question?
more questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see all these lights.
ahead.
Commissioner Combs.
Dean, go
Okay.
ahead.
Commissioner Kirchner.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Grace, just a quick question on mitigation. So if I'm understanding it correctly, that the applicant is looking to have off-site mitigation for the environmental impacts?
Are you speaking specifically to the displaced wetland area or to stormwater?
Both.
As far as we're aware, because of the size of the wetland area impacted, it doesn't meet the criteria for the need for mitigation. But it is correct that they are purchasing nutrient. They have already purchased nutrient credits, as far as I'm aware, for meeting the stormwater requirement.
Stormwater. So and can you give me a sense of the scale of that? Is that to, like 50%
Yes, give me
or
1 second to
20%
pull up the
or-
statistics. It's 30%. Was the information that I got from
30%.
Anna Doherty, but I can give you the exact.
You don't have, if it's around
figures.
30%, that's fine. But that's
Okay,
what they're
it's-
not able to achieve on site, and so they're having to purchase to cover the 30% that they can't.
Yeah, so it's 0.56 pounds of nutrient credits that they purchased for the site plan.
And just to refresh my memory, that's having some sort of benefit somewhere else, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Combs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Grace, real quickly on the environmental impacts with respect to the forested wetland, the drive aisle that bisects it. What are mitigation options there beyond not running the drive aisle through that contiguous stretch of wetland there?
I do have a degree in landscape architecture, but I'm not an engineer. But I could suggest, say, designing the drive aisle so that there was more of a space for wetland movement underneath. You could, relocate, reconfigure the site. Or, as Commissioner Kirchner suggested, mitigation credits.
Okay, thank you.
There may be other options. But.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay. Now, does the applicant have a presentation?
Yes, I do. Thank you. My
Please
name
go
is
right ahead.
Denise Harover, and I am with Van Meter Companies. I appreciate your time. I'm going to hit the highlights. Obviously, I've heard some specific questions. Grace, if you can go to slide 2, please. There's quite a history to this site, as you can imagine, because the first approval was actually for the entire site. Slide 2, please. Back in June 19th of 2013, we were before the Board of Supervisors with the entire site that you see there. The southern portion of the property was actually approved for residential, and the northern portion of the site was actually bifurcated, if you will, with what was the then-to-be planned Tall Cedars Parkway. During 2013, we worked extensively with staff and DTCI because we were trying to set Tall Cedars Parkway in its current location. So this was the final decision when we did our planning for this particular residential. Part of our approvals allowed for Tall Cedars Parkway to actually bifurcate the property. So what we were left with, if you look to the right, is that northern portion was a triangle. But in our discussions with the county was going to not only extend Tall Cedars Parkway, they needed to extend a road to serve the property that is located behind ours, which is actually Meadows Farm. The intention of Tall Cedars Parkway is to offer additional entrances to those properties that actually front Route 50, because any future changes to those sites that currently have entrances along Route 50 would have to give up those entrances on Route 50. In order to give up those entrances, you have to provide an alternative. So Meadows Farm Court specifically exists to provide an alternative access point to existing properties that are currently having their access along 50. I know, too much information. The point of this story, though, is when the county came to us with the need for not only Tall Cedars Parkway, we agreed to allow the right-of-way for Meadows Farms Court be extended. So we gave the right-of-way to the county for Meadows Farm Court, which basically cut that little piece in half. So what we have to the right, as Grace mentioned, is was CLI that we actually did improve with the freestanding medical office building. And what we had left is this piece and then a heavily wetlands forested area. Next slide, please. So in the evolution, what happened in 2020, we actually went forward and tried, to the best of our knowledge, to figure out what perhaps the future could hold for this site. We looked at a convenience store with gas pumps. Excuse me. In our community outreach and discussions with the supervisor, the neighborhood did not like the idea of gas pumps, so we removed them and we left the convenience store. At the same time, we also were actually engaged in a discussion with the potential user for a car wash. If you move forward, we did get the site plan approved for a medical office building because that's allowed by right for CLI, hoping that that would potentially open the door for a user. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Where we're at today is the 9,000 square foot car wash building is basically the prototype of what we looked at for this particular specs request. Because as luck would have it, in a community meeting back in 2020 with the Stone Ridge residents that live across the street, they expressed what they'd really like to see on this site are more personal services, something they could walk to, a specialty convenience store, a restaurant, or a little store, if you will. And the individual that has come forward and has made an offer on this property is a Stone Ridge resident who lives across the street. So we did hold another community meeting to talk to the folks, and we did have some folks come out and say they wish that we could get a Chipotle or a Cava, but the reality is this is only 1.9 acres. It's a very small site. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing is a 920 square foot restaurant, a small retail store, and a specialty convenience store is what he has in mind. The elevations on the right are what we have across the street and at the community corner down the street. That's the look we want to continue to have a cohesive feel here. Next slide, please. The site improvements that Grace mentioned include an amenity seating area. Next slide, please. But we do know that one of the requests that we are making for the road frontage from 200 to 140, we are literally just stuck with 140 feet of frontage along Meadows Farm. Therein lies that request. Next slide, please. The modification in particular that you have pointed out, there has actually been planned a retaining wall. The idea is that retaining wall sits approximately 5 to 6 feet off the property line into the site. And the intention is to keep any development from going closer than that to the northern property line. So when you think about putting in a buffer area. Typically, a buffer area requires grading and landscaping. In this case, no work would be done beyond the retaining wall, which in effect is saving and keeping the northern property line wetlands from being impacted. This line has been the same throughout all of our specs, and as I mentioned, the buffer requirements changed since our original approvals back in 2013. This line has not changed. This layout has really not changed because we're also trying to preserve a large portion not only of wetlands in the center of the site, but there's also some tree conservation area in the center of that site. And these were all issues that were worked out from the first time the special exception came through the Planning Commission committee. To the point, Grace mentioned that there was some concern about the area located, that pinch point on the right from the property line to the roadway. That is actually covered in a tree conservation easement with the site plan that has been approved. And that easement, I do believe, has been recorded. So that area is being preserved. We have no intentions of ever developing the site to the north because it is one of the most heavily wooded wetlands types. It would be very cost prohibitive to buy the impacts to do anything on that site. As I've been told, they're the most expensive wetlands credits you can buy. So we have no intention of doing anything on that site. That site is not part of this parcel. It's a completely separate parcel for the purpose of the fact that no development will be done on it. So that is where we are requesting a reduction in the 10-foot buffer. We're requesting it to be reduced or eliminated, but our intention is a retaining wall and no landscape buffer because we do not want to go in there and actually disturb against the northern property line wetlands. Next slide, please. Next slide, Grace, thank you. The other issue that was raised by staff is the stormwater management. And we understand and appreciate, and we do. We try to work with staff anytime they want to have additional commitments or conditions. This plan has evolved with staff's help to be a better plan. The site plan actually notes that there is just not any area on this site. It's only 1.9 acres. The center is a tree save area and a wetlands area. We have 30 feet of buffer along Tall Cedars Parkway that is riddled with stormwater, water easements, cable, trail. We just kind of ran out of room on this site to try to provide any LIDs or additional BMPs. We are physically limited. And that was actually noted on the approved site plan. And the other thing I would also like to note, we are not adding any more impervious area to this site. So while we think about we may have made the building a little more bigger, we have squeezed the site to the best of our ability, and we are leaving the impervious area the same as what is conditionally approved with the medical building site plan. If there was any room to which we could do any additional BMP and not have to purchase credits, we would be happy to do it. It's just it's not physically possible. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Kirchner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that great explanation of the history. It's very helpful. So when you're talking about the property to the north, you're saying there's no, so you own that, you have control over that property?
That is correct.
Okay. So you said there's no intention to build on it. But
that is correct.
So has there been like a conservation easement placed on it or something permanent to permanently keep it?
Not at this time, but there has been discussion of looking at could it potentially be used for a wetlands bank, which would preserve it in perpetuity. But no, to date, we have not really done anything with that site and have no intention.
And how large is that site?
That site to the north is, I'm sorry, I've got it right
That's-
here.
oh.
It is exactly 1 acre.
Oh, 1 acre, okay.
So it too is very small.
Yeah, because there's a lot of opportunities now to do some things conservation-wise, so, okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Combs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Denise, it looked like on one of your slides that you were showing some reinforced concrete pipe that runs under that drive aisle through that forested wetland. Is that the proposed mitigation technique?
Actually, that was designed during the engineering phase, and the intention is that you put this aquatic pipe, if you will, so that if there's any aquatic life that lives in the soils, they would still be able to traverse from the northern wetlands to the southern wetlands or back. I spoke to the engineer about it. This is a, I don't want to call it I don't know if it's a mitigation technique, but it is something that they have done to make sure that if there's any wildlife that exists in that ecosystem that's interested in traversing their normal path, if you will, or going from the north to the south.
Okay, so we'll call it an accommodation technique.
That sounds good. I'd have to defer to an engineer for the actual.
Thank you.
Additional questions for the applicant? No?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
I'm curious, and maybe this is a question for DTCI or VDOT, but the location of the entrance to this property, is it required to be that far away from tall cedars?
I can answer. It actually is slightly shorter than would typically be, but VDOT has already approved of that location.
Okay, thank you.
So at this time, we're going to open up the public hearing portion of the meeting. Madam Assistant Secretary, do we have anyone who has signed up to speak in person?
No, Chair Hayes, I have no one on my list.
Do you have anyone who has signed up to speak virtually?
No, sir, I do not.
Is there anyone in the audience at this time who would like to come forward to speak on this matter? You do not have to have signed up in advance. If you would like to speak, you can come forward at this time. Seeing none, the public portion of this meeting is now closed. I will turn to, well, since Vice Chair Salmon is not here, can I look to Mr. Combs for a motion?
Sure, Mr. Chair. I move that the Planning Commission forward specs 2021-0033, specs 2021-0034, specs 2021-0037, and SPMI 2021-0006, beach commercial, to a Planning Commission work session for further discussion.
Second.
We have a motion made by Commissioner Combs and properly seconded by Commissioner Kirschner. Commissioner Combs, do you have an opening?
Just briefly, this is not my district, so I'm deferring largely to Commissioner Selman, who is not here, so that we can preserve his ability to weigh in further. I think there's a lot to like here in the application. It's fairly consistent from a land use perspective with what has already been envisioned for the site. I think there's a little work to do around the edges here, particularly with respect to the environmental mitigation, stormwater mitigation, and the buffering. I'm not sure whether there's any room to wrestle with site orientation. There does seem to be constraints with the size of the site and what you can do with traffic. But I would like for us to further look into those issues, and I also would like to investigate whether there is any need for additional pedestrian safety improvements. We've addressed that issue at other applications recently. Denise, you mentioned that there is desire for there to be pedestrian connectivity from the southerly adjacent residents. And so I know that there's a potential a contribution of $20,000. We've learned from other applications that would cover striping for a crosswalk, perhaps nothing more. So I want us to just look into whether there are other improvements that may be necessary or desirable here.
Comments, debate, Commissioner Kirschner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Commissioner Combs, but I also want to add, too, that I hope that it sounds like there might be some opportunities to do some more innovative things in terms of the environmental impacts. And I would like to see if there can be more that's done on site. I don't like the idea of having to go off site to get credits. I think some of the examples that Grace put up there, like the vegetated filter strip, things like that, maybe changes in the layout. It sounds like there's kind of some special environmental assets here which might be worth extra work. So hope we're able to work through some of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment? No?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Merrithew.
I would hope that when we go to work session, we can talk about the design of the drive lanes and the amount of pavement. It appears to be designed for a drive-through car wash or other facility like that. And I feel like it seems excessive in terms of the amount of pavement for the uses that are being proposed here. I also am concerned about the northern drive aisle cutting off those, the tree conservation area from the rest of the wetlands area to the north. That typically leads to the death of those trees and the deterioration of that conservation area. And I think at least realigning that driveway to the south would benefit. I'd rather see a continuous conservation area as opposed to one that's bifurcated by a road. So I hope we can have that conversation in the work session. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Combs, do you have a closing?
Nothing other than I hope we can take all this up at a work session, including all of the additional inputs from Commissioners Kirchner and Merrithew. With that, look forward to support.
Awesome. Commissioners, the motion is now laid upon the table. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? All those opposed? The ayes have it. 7-2. 702. What would I do without Commissioner Combs to my left? All right. So at this time, probably much to the chagrin of those who were in the audience, I'm going to exercise the chair's prerogative and call for a 10-minute recess. We will reconvene at 8:35. promise. I don't believe that. I know, right? Where's Paul? Oh. Okay. This time we will reconvene the Loudon County Planning Commission public hearing for Tuesday, July 26, 2022. The next item on our agenda, ZCPA 2021-0007 and SPEX 2021-0035 Ashby Ponds. The project manager is Mr. Marchant Snyder, right?
I'm actually standing in for Paul Wackrow.
That is true.
Dan Galindo and other staff members who cannot be here this evening.
That's right. And
Paul
we're so fortunate to have you.
Many faces. So Paul Paul is online tonight. Should you have any questions that I am unable to answer, the applicant's unable to answer.
And just for the record, we do have Paul Wackrow on the online.
We do.
Paul, you there?
Yes, I'm available.
We miss you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Marshall.
Moving on. Ashby Ponds, established in 2005, 120-acre parcel between Loudon County Parkway, south of Route 7, north of Gloucester Parkway. The original concept in 2005 had a little over 2,000 units, 75,000 square feet of retail and other non-residential uses, a combination of assisted living, skilled nursing, and independent living units. Today, about 1,400 of the 2,100 units have been constructed. Several amendments in the interim, which I'll go over in just a second, have sort of shifted the pieces, shifted the units amongst the different types, and more of that will be proposed this evening. So, again, rezoning in 2006 to the PDAAR, which is your Planned Development Active Adult Age Restricted Community. A summary of what I just walked the commission through. The sum total of all the units and the associated services is about 2.6 million square feet. In 2015, they switched out skilled nursing units for assisted living units. Tonight, they'll be switching out other units as well. Specifically, the 1 and 2 bedroom independent living units, they want to reduce the number of 2-bedroom units and increase the number of 1-bedroom units by 17. And also with the expansion, that will increase the market is dictating that larger units are in demand. With this change, although the overall density will not change, those larger units will increase the overall total for the entirety of the community. The special exception was for the continuing care facility. Those special exception conditions are carrying forward and simply being amended to accommodate this change. Our new proffers associated with it, there was a commitment to an easement to the neighborhood park. You see the easement in red to the Potomac Green Neighborhood Park. There previously was not an archaeological survey for areas within the floodplain that the easement would cross. They're agreeing to that floodplain or to that survey. Also, with the Airport Impact Overlay District being proposed to change, they've agreed to increase their mitigation from 52 decibels for the interior noise limit to 45 decibels. Fairly straightforward application within the compact suburban neighborhood place type. These sorts of communities, along with their associated retail and other services, are consistent with the compact suburban neighborhood and the suburban policies, or continue to be consistent even with the revised general plan. And as such, we've recommended approval subject to the proffers that were offered and the conditions that have been amended. And we are here to answer your questions.
Commissioners, questions for staff? Commissioner Kirshner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, I have a question on the conditions of approval. no surprise, landscaping and buffering. Marchand, I'm curious why there isn't anything in there, our usual language on 80% native species landscaping?
With carrying those, there's, the number of the units have already been developed.
Okay.
Number of the landscaping's already been established.
Okay.
There are native plants within those buffer yards, and those would continue to be extended. So we felt it was already being carried forward, and that was not the focus of, sole focus of the application, but can certainly clarify the expectation going forward.
So I'm sorry.
We felt it was addressed, but if you would like to, if the commission wishes to specifically impose or implement that condition, we can implement that
Okay.
condition for any
If
future.
the applicant might be agreeable to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions for staff? No? All right. Mr. Leslie, do you have a presentation?
Actually,
I'm sorry.
It's all right, Chairman Hayes. How
How
are
are you?
I'm well.
Good. Do you have a presentation? It's good to see
We
you.
do have a presentation, and Matt, of course, is here with me and is welcome to jump in at any point.
I'd rather hear from you anyway.
Thank you so much.
Know, just to be quite honest about it. I got to pick with Matt. You know that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We like to do it too. So, good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. We appreciate the opportunity to present before you this evening. Many of you know my name is Erin Swissholm. I'm an attorney with Walsh, Colucci, and Leesburg, and we have established that I am here with my colleague Matt Leslie, who's a land use planner in our office. We also have virtually attending this evening Don Yeager, who is the Vice President of Development for Erickson Senior Living, who is acting as the applicant in this matter. The affidavit for mailing and posting have been submitted, and we want to thank staff for working with us during the review of this application. As the staff report indicates, we've been able to work out all outstanding staff issues and are excited about presenting this project to you. Next slide, please, Marchand. So Marchand went over a lot of this. I'll be very brief. The subject property is labeled here. It's about 123 acres in the Broadrun Election District. It's located between Loudon County Parkway and Marblehead Drive and is on the north side of Gloucester Parkway. It's zoned to the PDAAR zoning district under the revised Loudon County zoning ordinance, and it's surrounded by properties that are PDIP, PDH4, and PDH6. Marchand also mentioned that the 2019 general plan designates the property as a suburban compact neighborhood place type within the suburban policy area, and the plan does contemplate active adult communities in this place type. Next slide, please. We also talked about the fact that the property has been subject to several prior approvals. Those include ZMAP 2005-0026 and SPECS 2005-0030. Those zoned the property to the PDAAR zoning district and permitted the property to be developed as a continuing care retirement community. We presently have approval for 2,108 residential units. We're not proposing to change that number. Including 1,792 independent living units. We're not proposing to change that overall number. The present approval allows for 333 one-bedroom independent living units and 1,459 two-bedroom independent living units. And the remaining 316 permitted units are split between skilled nursing and assisted living units. In ZTPA 2014-004, we did reduce the overall number of skilled nursing units to 88 and increase the number of assisted living units to 140 to meet market demand for those different types of units. Next slide, please. So subject to those prior approvals, the property has been developed as Ashby Ponds, which is a vibrant senior living community. At present, there are 1,472 residential units on the property, and those are comprised of independent living, assisted living, and skilled nursing units. The property has also been developed with associated amenities and retail uses that we'll talk about in just a second. The Ashby Ponds operation model allows for residents to age in place within the community by offering those multiple levels of care that support residents' needs as they change over time. In addition to those different levels of care, the Ashby Ponds ground also include an on-site pharmacy and an on-site medical center to tend to medical needs of residents without having to send them off-site. There are recreational amenities within the community, and they include swimming pools, fitness centers, music rooms, a theater room, as well as a salon and day spa, a library, and a wood shop. Ashby Ponds also offers residents numerous opportunities to participate in clubs and activities. Some of those include art classes, music classes, associations that are interested in learning new skills, exercise and sports clubs, support groups, and other groups that allow residents to have their needs met in a holistic manner on the property. Next slide, please. As we discussed, we are asking for two different things this evening. The first is to increase the allowable square footage on the property by 100,000 square feet, bringing that from 2.6 million to 2.7 million square feet. That would include 260,000 square feet of retail uses on the property as part of the previous approvals. And as Marchant discussed, since the approval of Ashby Ponds, there's been an increased demand for larger living units, regardless of whether they're independent living units, assisted living units, or skilled nursing units. And that's held true regardless of the number of bedrooms that are associated with those units. So that has caused the average unit size to increase across unit sizes as we built the project, and caused more of the square footage to be utilized earlier in the development process than was originally anticipated as part of the rezoning. While the proposed square footage increase is modest in comparison to the overall scope of the property, it is necessary for Ashby Ponds to continue to offer living units which meet and exceed the expectations of their residents and prospective residents. There's also been a greater demand for one-bedroom independent living units than originally anticipated. So we are requesting to amend the concept plan and proffers to increase the number of one-bedroom independent living units from 333 to 350. I think that's about a 17-unit increase. And then to reduce the number of two-bedroom independent living units permitted from 1,459 to 1,442. It's a decrease of 17 units. So the total number of independent units, living units, will remain 1,792, and we're not asking for any modification to the assisted living or skilled nursing units. Next slide, please. Marchant also discussed that during the staff review process, the staff requested an additional trail easement to facilitate the county's goals for its linear parks and trail system. We were able to accommodate that request, and the proposal before you tonight includes a commitment to this additional easement, which is proposed to be dedicated to the county. The image shows that in previous approvals, the applicant has provided the existing 30-foot trail easement, which is shown in green. It runs along the Beaver Dam property, and that image is actually rotated, so that's east to west across the property. The new proposed trail easement connects that existing trail easement across the property and to the Potomac Green Neighborhood Park. We're excited about this new easement. We think it's going to be a really great opportunity for pedestrians in Loudon County generally and to Ashby Ponds residents specifically. Next slide, please. And with that, we thank you for your time this evening. We are, of course, available to answer any questions from the public and from any commissioners as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Commissioners? Commissioner Kirsch.
Just real quick, I mean, would you, excuse me, would you consider adjusting the landscaping so that more strengthened wording for native species, or is that something that's already done?
So the property as it's been developed so we agree that native species are really important, and we've been utilizing them even without the requirement on site. One of our concerns is the area that is still to be developed from a landscaping perspective. While there are a number of native species that would be great to use on site, the area that hasn't been approved yet is really shaded. And when I talked to our landscape architect and engineer, they were concerned about an 80% requirement in those shaded areas because they were concerned about maintenance and survivability of native species, particularly Northern Virginia native species, in those shaded areas.
Well, maybe that's something you could relook at on the way to the board, maybe.
Yeah, we're absolutely interested
Yeah,
in.
to maybe up that a little bit. Because I can tell you, I can tell him about native species that survive in the shade. But anyway.
No, I mean,
if you guys would look at that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I think the residents who live there, I've given presentations over there. They really have an affinity for doing some of these forward-looking things.
The other thing I would add to that I think is important in considering the amount of landscaping that we're really even talking about is just solely within the area that's not constructed, which is the very small area that we're looking for changes to the building square footage in the first place in terms of total square footage, because we already have an approved site plan. So if the ZCPA and specs were to be approved by the board, we would simply be amending an existing site plan that has an approved landscape plan that's been approved by staff already. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Additional questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much. At this time, we will open up the public hearing portion of the meeting. Madam Assistant Secretary, do we have anyone who is signed up for public comment?
No, Chair Hayes, we do not, and we do not have anyone online either.
Wow. Are there any people in the audience who would like to speak on this matter? I see 3 people in the back on the right. You guys want to speak on this? No? Okay. So the public hearing portion of this meeting on this matter is now closed. Do I hear a motion from Commissioner Frank?
I have one, Mr. Chair. I move that the Planning Commission forward ZCPA 2021-0007 and specs 2021-0035 Ashby Ponds to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval subject to the proffer statement dated July 15th, 2022, and the conditions of approval dated July 19th, 2022, and based on findings for approval provided as attachments 1, 2, and 3 to the July 26th, 2022 Planning Commission Public Hearing Staff Report.
Second.
The motion made by Commissioner Frank is properly seconded by Commissioner Combs. Commissioner Frank, do you have an opening?
Very brief one, Mr. Chair. I think everyone understands we're really just shifting unit count and size a little bit to respond to what is a needed product in the community and to allow the applicant to better serve their current and future residents and our folks in Loudon. So I think this is a good application. I appreciate that they're providing the easement for the missing trail link there. I think that's a wonderful amenity for their residents as well as the folks traveling to and from the park eventually. And I hope that everyone will join me in supporting this.
Comments, debate? No? Commissioner Frank, do you have a closing? Okay, with that, the motion is now laid upon the table. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes 7-0-2. Look how good you are, Aaron. That's called a slam dunk.
Much more efficient than me. She talks a lot less. So. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You are so welcome.
Thank you so much.
Next item on our agenda, ZMAP 2021-0014, SPEX 2021-0038, and SPEX 2022-0036. 45865 Marie's Road rezoning. Project Manager Zachary Pyle. Zachary, have we met?
I believe we met maybe last time, a month ago. For the
Okay.
first time, so.
All right. Well, good to see you again. Go right ahead.
He was a Fairfax recruit, so.
Oh. Well, you know what no, I'm not going to say that. I don't usually say it on the mic, that's all. I'll just say I love Loudon. Go right ahead.
Well, good evening. Tonight, I'd like to present 45865 Mary's Road rezoning. The site, as you can see here in yellow, is located in Sterling. It's south of the Dallas Town Center, south of Mary's Road, west of the Cascade Parkway, and also east of Atlantic Boulevard. It's currently surrounded right now by other data centers and an industrial/commercial area to the south. And it's located in the Sterling election district. This here. Oh, I'm trying to move a box in front of the screen here. So the applicant is proposing to rezone 10 acres from the Agricultural 3 zoning district to the Planned Development Industrial Park District under the revised 1993 zoning ordinance for data center uses. And along with that, they are also requesting 2 special exceptions. One, to increase the maximum floor area ratio from 0.6 to 1.0, and to increase lot coverage from 0.45 to 0.60. Here's an image from the concept development plan. It shows the 2 entrance points from Mary's Road and the area that, sort of the area where the building would be located on site. So some details about the site. It's located in the suburban employment place type. In 1998, it was rezoned from PDIP back or to A3. And now it's the opposite. It's going back to, they would like to go back to the planned development industrial park zoning. And the site was previously, a part of that was because the site was previously a greenhouse operation, which is now not active. So the applicant is proffering to improve Mary's Road with the following: 2 paved travel lanes, curbs and gutters, a 5-foot sidewalk along the property frontage. And they're doing this by dedicating 31 feet of right-of-way to make those improvements. Also, the applicant's proffering to building design as depicted in the concept development plan. And here's an image here that shows that what the facade is proposed to look like along the Mary's Road frontage. And additionally, with site design, the applicant is proffering some of the following items: the landscaping along the property frontage, 80% native plants for all new landscaping, an employee common area, and 3 different types of low-impact development measures, a bicycle rack, and 3 electrical vehicle charging stations. And since I've submitted the report for this meeting, there were some slight modifications to the proffers. It was nothing that changed our recommendation, but the applicant went back and made the language a little bit more stringent on the design, the commitment to the elevations that are in the concept development plan, and that it also specifies more specific materials such as concrete panels, metal panels, and glass, whether that's clear or architectural glass. It was a very minor change, but it helped strengthen the proffers a little bit for the design. And with that, we support a recommendation of approval subject to the proffers and conditions of approval. And it's supported by the 2019 general plan and the suburban employment place type. And with that, I will take any questions.
Commissioners, questions for staff? Commissioner Barnes.
How close is the closest residential home up there?
From what I could tell, it's to the south, behind the industrial commercial area, probably at least a half mile or more.
That's where the development is, housing development?
Yes.
Half a mile away?
I'm not really sure for exactly the distance, but it's a good ways away.
Okay, so there's no homes in vicinity, is that what
No.
Oh, okay, thank you. For, right now, that's all I have.
Commissioner Kirshner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, I had two questions that I think I brought up, Zach, with you before on the phone. As you know, my district is right next to this district, and there's a lot of concerns from people who live in the communities in my district about noise. They say they can, when they open their windows at night, sometimes they can hear the hum of data centers, even though they're not right next door to them. And it's a concern for a lot of people in my part of the county. And I'd asked the applicant if they could give me some sort of like hard, fast information about how the noise will be ensured that there won't be noise emanating off of their property that could impact the residents. And they sent me a response, but they just talked about screening and said we don't anticipate it. Did you look at anything that could like actually measure and ensure that we wouldn't have a noise problem?
I didn't find anything specifically in terms of that detailed in terms of noise, but I did read in the application that they were going to commit to the standards within the zoning ordinance in terms of what's allowable by noise for that type of development.
Okay. And then the other question had to do with proximity to Claudemore Park, which really provides a great oasis there in our part of the county for people and wildlife, and has some really terrific habitat there and sort of some wildlife habitat corridors. And, I drove by there today, actually. It was interesting. I used to go there and buy plants, and I see that it's totally no buildings there or anything at all. Like, well, it's been cleared of the buildings. But I did notice that the one of the adjacent property that also is a data center has a lot of grass, a lot of turf, edging up there. And so, I was wondering if you had conversations with them about opportunities to help strengthen and add to the native plant communities and the habitat that's right close by at Claudemore within their landscaping there, as opposed to, yes, I see they've got like a 5-foot buffer, and I'm guessing that's going to be grass or something. Because this is, this would be an opportunity to do something a little bit better, along with potentially what's going to happen with that stormwater management pond.
We haven't really talked about specifics in terms of site design that way, but they have committed to the 80% native planting.
Okay.
That's not to say maybe they'd be willing to look at other places where they could incorporate more, but at this point, it's still very conceptual.
Okay, great. That's something I think it'd be great if we could do that. Thank you.
Any additional questions for staff? John, you there? You got any questions? Commissioner Merrithew? Okay. Thank you. Zachary?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, couldn't find my button. I do not have any questions.
Okay, no problem.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
sure,
for just a second, if the commission agrees to the amendments that were made to the design guidelines, your motion would need to reflect the most current proffer statement that reflects those changes.
Okay.
So,
all right. So does the applicant have a presentation?
Hi, yes, I do.
Go right ahead.
Good evening, Chair Hayes and Commissioners. My name is Amanda Williams. I'm a land use attorney with Cooley. Happy to be here tonight on behalf of the applicant for a rezoning and special exception application for a data center project in what we believe is a really appropriate location in the county along Marie's Road, but I'm now questioning the way I pronounce that. So someone corrects me, but we have been pronouncing it Marie's
I'm sure
Road.
I mispronounced it.
Apparently there's a discrepancy among people in the county. But I do want to thank Zach for his work on the application and staff for working closely with us, and we're thankful for their recommendation of approval. Do you have the slides? Sorry, Zach. There you go. You just flip to the second one. So Zach did a good job, so I'll try to be brief, but this is an aerial overview. Site is shown in red south of Marie's Road, which runs parallel to Noakes Boulevard and west of Cascades. Next slide. The site itself, again, highlighted in red here, is 10 acres. It is zoned A3, which is obviously, as you can really tell from this image, an anomaly in this area. Everything along Marie's has been zoned to PDIP. There's PDGI to the south of the property, which covers an existing industrial park. The blue stars here are existing, are soon-to-be data centers. I think we could add at least one more since this slide was made. So all that to say, surrounded by data centers and industrial uses. The site is, the area is planned for suburban employment under the general plan, which contemplates data centers. Next slide. Specifically for the data center project, we are requesting to rezone the property from A3 to PDIP, a special exception to increase the FAR to a 1.0, and increase the maximum lot coverage to 0.6 to implement that FAR, all in conformance with the general plan recommendations and the PDIP regulations. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of the development plan. As you've already seen, it gives you an idea of the building layout and circulation. It highlights our frontage along Marie's Road. As Zach mentioned, we are committing to constructing 2 travel lanes, curb and gutter, sidewalk, and crosswalks across the entrances, which will be a big improvement from the gravel roadway that's out there today, and will connect to the existing paved portion of Marie's, which is to the east. Next slide. In addition to those transportation improvements, the application also includes design commitments well over and above the zoning ordinance requirements, including building elevations and specific materials that we worked on with both community planning and staff and Commissioner Merrithew. What you're looking at here is a rendering of the front of the building along Marie's Road. And as you can see, despite this being a primarily industrial area, this building and design is very attractive. That was something that was really important to EdgeCorp. Lastly, as Zach summarized as well, there are a host of other commitments we worked closely with staff on, and you can kind of see those here. We really are proud and excited of this package that will allow this kind of lone remaining A3 parcel to redevelop consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we truly believe this is the right use and the right design in the right location. So with that, again, thanks staff for their support. We'd be thankful for your support this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Wow.
Mr. Chairman, could I just confirm that the applicant has provided updated proffers to staff?
Are you providing the confirmation, or are you asking for confirmation?
I'm asking if the proffers have actually been updated and redated.
Yes.
Zachary?
Yes, they have been.
And is today the date?
It would be, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Additional questions for the applicant? Commissioners? No? Okay. Madam Assistant Secretary, this is a public hearing. Do we have any people signed up to speak on this matter?
No, Chair Hayes, we do not, and we do not have any speakers online to speak remotely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any individuals in the audience who would like to speak on this matter? I see a very eager young lady back there who looks like she wants to talk. No, you don't want to talk. Okay. So at this time, the public hearing portion of this particular item is now closed. And I will, so 1 second. So, Commissioner Merrithew.
Yes, sir.
Even though you are on remote, I just want to double check. You are more than welcome to make a motion. Are you able to offer a motion on this item?
Yes, sir, I am. Thank you.
Please do.
I move that the Planning Commission forward ZMAP 2021-0014, Special Exception 2021-0038, and Special Exception 2022-0036, 45865 Marie's Road rezoning to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval, subject to the proffer statement dated July 26, 2022, conditions of approval dated July 14, 2022, and based on the findings for approval provided in the attachments 1, 2, and 3, to the July 26, 2022 Planning Commission Public Hearing Staff Report.
Second.
The motion made by Commissioner Merrithew is properly seconded by Commissioner Combs. Commissioner Merrithew, do you have an opening?
First, let me say I want to thank the applicant for working with me on the last-minute design concerns that were raised. I think the change in proffers really sets a nice bar for the area. Specifically, they've agreed to a ratio of the finished materials on the front facade. They've agreed to extend the front facade around the side of the building a distance equal to or equivalent to what the illustrations show. And they provided just overall a better commitment to the design. So I appreciate that from the applicant. This is an underutilized, improperly zoned piece of property in an industrial area. I understand the concerns about noise, but I think the concern about noise is probably coming from data centers that are located closer to Route 7, not in this particular area. I noticed economic development did not have concerns with regard to losing conventional industrial space. This is not conventional, of course, it's agricultural. But so because it's inside the industrial area, because it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, and because it's further away from residential than other data centers, I believe this is an appropriate rezoning, and I look forward to the Commission's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Frank.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am happy to support this motion for all of the reasons that the fine commissioner from Sterling just outlined. Also because I have talked with both the applicant and Dominion Energy and confirmed that there is excess power on a substation that has already been approved up the road that will be designated for this data center, and that the last stretch of the lines will actually be buried into this building. So I do not anticipate that this contributes to our growing concerns about where substations and transmission lines and such will be running through neighboring properties and what that looks like. So for all of those reasons, I'm happy to support this motion.
Commissioner Kirshner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very supportive of the application in general, but I do have these concerns that I don't feel have been addressed on the noise issue. Like I said, my district is right near there, and I live near there, and I hear it from a lot of people. I'm not further out in western Loudon and just driving by, but I am near there. So I think I would have liked to have seen this go to a work session so that we could get some further clarification and assurances on the noise issue, and also see if some better work can be done around some environmental enhancements relative to the stormwater management pond and some of the other open space amenities. So I just have to put my voice out there on that. So thank you.
Additional comments, debate? Well, I definitely want to go on record as being supportive of this application and agree with everything that Commissioner Merrithew says, and associate myself with Commissioner Frank's comments as well, and just congratulate you on a beautiful facade. And I'm a big proponent that, well, I love the fact that data centers don't have to look like, they can be attractive, and all of them don't have to look like boxes. And so you've done a great job here. And so with that, I'm going to ask Commissioner Merrithew if he has a closing.
No, sir. I appreciate the Commission's support. Thank you.
Okay. So the motion is laid upon the table. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Nay.
The ayes have it, and it passes 5-2-0-2. No, 5-2-2. Damn it.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair Hayes. Can you state who voted no, please?
I can state that Commissioner Kirshner voted no and Commissioner Barnes voted no. I just have to say that every other board and or commission I've ever chaired, it was the secretary that kept the count. I should have insisted upon that. I hope so. I'm going to ask her the moment she gets up here. I'm going to wait till she gets up here first. Rachel, I'm going to wait till you get up here before we do anything next. Well, I'll ask you, Rachel, if you don't mind, as you make your way to the table. You know, we've become very spoiled by you. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, Chair Hayes.
We've been spoiled in that you have very skillfully in the past been able to combine a lot of these agricultural district items into one fluid group. Are we to enjoy that kind of presentation tonight?
Certainly.
Yes. So the floor is yours.
Do you think I like to be up here any longer?
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hayes. Good evening, Chair Hayes and Commissioners. This item is the review and renewal of 2 agricultural and forestal districts, New Featherbed and Hillbrook. Virginia Code and Chapter 1226 of the county's Code of Ordinances govern ag and forestal districts, or AFDs. Both provide that districts may run in length for periods extending from 4 to 10 years. The county code further requires that renewal applications for parcels that are between 5 and 20 acres are required. Parcels smaller or larger than that size are considered as passive renewals. Written by right withdrawal is permitted during review and renewal. The New Featherbed District, located north of Middleburg, currently contains 8 parcels with 389 acres and expires on November 3rd, 2022. One landowner did not submit a required renewal application outlined in red on the map, leaving 7 parcels with 382 acres eligible for renewal. The Hillbrook District is located south of Hamilton, currently has 42 parcels and 1,631 acres. It expires on December 18th, 2022. Renewal applications were received from all landowners whose property falls within the 5 to 20 acres range. All 42 parcels are eligible for renewal. Nearly all parcels within both districts are also included in land use valuation. In New Featherbed District, 2 parcels qualify based on open space criteria and 5 parcels based on meeting agricultural criteria. 3 parcels are under permanent open space easement. In the Hillbrook District, there are 14 open space parcels and 23 agricultural parcels. 13 parcels are under permanent open space easement. The Agricultural District Advisory Committee met on May 16th, and they recommend renewal of both districts for a 4-year period. Staff additionally recommends renewal of New Featherbed and Hillbrook districts for 4-year periods, and including 7 parcels for Featherbed and 42 parcels for Hillbrook, with the same conditions such as subdivision minimums as depicted on the chart for renewal. That completes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Rachel. Questions for staff, please.
No questions.
No questions? Okay. Madam Secretary, we have anybody who wants to speak on this?
No, Chair Hayes, no speakers that have signed up in advance in person or online.
Okay. So the public hearing is now open. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to speak on either of these matters? Seeing none, the public hearing portion of these matters is now closed. Commissioner Vance. Do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. Yes. I move that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors that it renew the new Featherbed Agricultural and Forestal District to include only those parcels listed as number 1 through 7 in Attachment 1 entitled New Featherbed AFD Proposed Renewal Recommendations, July 26, 2022, to the July 26, 2022 Planning Commission Public Hearing Staff Report, with the same period before the next review of the district of 4 years, and to continue to require any subdivisions or adjustments to parcels enrolled in the district to meet the current zoning ordinance requirements for a minimum of 40 acres, whichever is greater, and prohibit subdivision through clustering. And I further move that the Planning Commission's recommendations be based on the finding that all parcels recommended for renewal within the new Featherbed Agricultural and Forestal District contain agriculturally and forestally significant land.
Second.
The motion made by Commissioner Vance, properly seconded by Commissioner Combs. You have an opening?
No.
No? Conversation? Comments? Commissioners? No? Do you have a closing, Commissioner Vance?
No.
Okay. The motion is laid upon the table. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. And that would be 6 to 0, 3. So now we need another motion from you, Commissioner Vance.
Okay, I move that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors that it renew the Hillbrook Agricultural and Forestal District to include only those parcels listed as number 1 through 42 in Attachment 1, entitled Hillbrook AFD Proposed Renewal Recommendations, July 26, 2022, to the July 26, 2022 Planning Commission Public Hearing Staff Report, with the same period before the next review of the district of 4 years, and to continue to require any subdivisions or adjustments to parcels enrolled in the district to meet the current zoning ordinance requirements, or a minimum of 20 acres, whichever is greater, and prohibit subdivision through clustering. And I further move that the Planning Commission's recommendation be based on the finding that all parcels recommended for renewal within the Hillbrook Agricultural and Forestal District contain agriculturally and forestally significant land.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Vance is properly seconded by Commissioner Combs. Commissioner Vance, do you have an opening?
Yeah, I want to thank Rachel for all of the work that she does on these, and we kind of go through them quickly, but it's an important piece of what we do here. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, comments? Debate? No? Commissioner Vance, do you have a closing?
No.
No? All right. So the motion is laid upon the table. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. That'll be 6 to 0, 3. The next item on the agenda, ZOAM 2022-0002 and ZMAP -2022-0011 solar project at Dulles Airport. Project manager is Mark Stoltz. And while he comes up, Rachel Have a good evening, and thank you again. I know, as Commissioner Vance says, that we count on you to bundle these things, but we know a ton of work goes into getting them to us in the first place. So thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, that was 11 minutes.
I know.
11 minutes.
Okay, Mark.
Ready?
You got a mark to beat there. Can you? I didn't mean that. That's no pun intended. I'm getting punchy. It's getting late.
Yeah, I hear you.
Go right ahead.
All right. Well, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm Mark Stoltz, the County Zoning Administrator, and I'm presenting the zoning ordinance amendment and zoning map amendment applications before you this evening. Also, I do know Courtney Sidnor has been very involved in these applications as well, so hopefully she'll jump in and fill in if I leave anything out that I should have put in here, and also can hopefully help answer questions. The purpose of these amendments, these board-initiated amendments, is to permit Dominion Energy to establish a utility-scale solar generation and storage project at Dulles Airport. It involves approximately 835 acres of the airport property and generates approximately 100 megawatts of electricity for use on the public grid to serve the airport as well as other customers. The board did adopt a resolution of intent to amend to initiate both of the zoning ordinance and zoning map amendments. They approved that unanimously at their March 17th, 2022 business meeting. For a summary of the amendments, the amendments to the zoning ordinance propose amendments to section 4603, which is the permitted uses listed in the Plan Development General Industry Zoning District. And it's to add utility generating plant and transmission facility, ground-mounted solar energy generation facility only, pursuant to section 4607L. This use currently does require special exception in the PDGI, and will continue to require special exception approval if the use limitations that are being proposed with this amendment are not met. So as mentioned, we also are proposing a series of use limitations in section 4607 for this ground-mounted solar energy generating facility by right use, and that'll be in 4607L. Just quickly, of course, the detailed text is in attachment 1 of your staff report, but the use limitations deal with things such as minimum lot size for the use, maximum solar panel height, minimizing visual impacts and reducing glare, setbacks for the use, access driveway requirements, landscape buffering and screening, a decommission plan, as well as an unsafe or abandoned projects requirements and decommissioning in the event that occurs. The summary of the zoning map amendment application is to amend the county zoning map to rezone the Dulles Airport property, which is approximately 7,507 acres, from the current R2 single-family residential zoning district to the PDGI zoning district. Under the current R2 zoning district, the solar project is not a permitted use on the property. In terms of next steps, these applications are being somewhat expedited in an attempt to meet Dominion Power and MWA's anticipated start of construction for this project, which they've stated is to begin at the end of the summer. So following the Planning Commission public hearing, if the Planning Commission so chooses to make a recommendation this evening to the board, we will plan to have the board's public hearing on September 14th for this amendment. I would note again that the zoning ordinance rewrite project is also looking at the use of solar power generating uses, and they're looking at it more on a county-wide basis, so they will be bringing forward amendments regarding solar power as part of the zoning ordinance rewrite project. So staff does support a Planning Commission recommendation of approval to the boards, and we feel like staff feels like it's ready to move forward. Before I conclude, I would like to point out an error in the staff report in the motion that I saw before coming down this evening, which is the ZOAM number is incorrect. In the motion, it references So I am 2201 instead of 2202. So I would like to point that out to the commission before.
Okay.
I end. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Commissioners, questions for?
I have a question too.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Barnes.
Mark, I have a question here. At these 800 and some odd acres at the airport, it's right beside the runways on the other side, right? Like going toward 50.
The east-west runway, yeah, it kind of wraps around that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of trees up there, a lot of wildlife up there. It's like a woodland there. Yeah, I drove all around the parameters of the airport, and I saw old time people used to go deer hunting and all that. There was, it was pretty much and now, if we approve this, what we are telling them, you can go ahead and clean out the trees. You have to put a ground-mounted solar system. And if this goes through, us and the supervisors, we are taking a big chance of destroying lots and lots of trees because you got to have fields cleared up to put these things. And our demand for electric is going so high because of the data centers that we have built here and depriving the homeowners with a lot of electric right now with data centers built. So here we go. If we do this to subsidize or substitute some of the electric that we are lacking for the homes is not, I don't see how we can go and just wipe out all the trees and put our grounds will be all, wiped out, the trees, if we started as a countywide, because everybody will be saying, all right, I want one too, approved. So what are the controls? I'm not saying you don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
What are the controls that you do or you're proposing to stop that kind of destruction of trees and vegetation to put this thing on the ground?
Right. Well, Commissioner Barnes, I'll just clarify that if the board would approve the zoning ordinance and zoning map amendment, the application for the solar panels would still be subject to site plan review with the county and to make sure it conforms with all the applicable zoning requirements. I do know we have right now limitations on, we don't really have any good regulations to prevent tree clearing. We do have a tree canopy requirement, which through site plans does require a certain percentage of canopy of trees. Doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be tree safe, but we do require that, which typically people, if they have mature trees, will try to use those to meet that requirement. So there is some regulation in place, but I'm sure that the use will have to end up, you're right, I mean, for solar panels, it's going to have to end up clearing some of the vegetation.
Have anything in your proposal here that we are going to vote on that prevents that?
No, there's nothing in here, and again, this isn't really an approval of the use itself. It is approving to allow the use
Go
as
ahead
a
and do
by-right
it,
use.
yeah, but they still have to come.
Yes.
But then once the horse leave the barn, it's done. We have to start out with some kind of controls on these things, some kind of, we're just going wild on destroying just the trees and everything. If this thing is approved, they can do, everybody will be coming around here and says, all right, I want to put a solar system on my farm. And there goes the, farming and everything,
Yeah.
but this will be easier to make money.
Well, I would clarify that right now, the commercial solar panels are only permitted in the PDGI and the MRHI by special exception. For this particular application, it does have a size limitation on the lot, which is really going to limit it to only Dulles Airport. No other PDGIs currently are the size that we put in there as a minimum lot size, other than this parcel.
Yeah, but once you started, then other people will be coming too for the same thing, if they have the land.
for the PDGI,
Yeah.
you know, it's possible, but again, they couldn't do it on any current parcel because of our size cap that we have here 1 year now. So we did try to think of, we didn't want to open the door with, you know, the zoning ordinance and this change to open it up to a lot of potential by right solar farms. So we did try to tailor the regulations to make sure that it was appropriate here at this property, but that it would have to go on other large, also PDGI properties, which there's not any that have the 500 acre minimum size.
Yeah, but as far as I know, this land they're talking about is all trees. It's all trees
is
up there, that's a
vegetated,
forest.
Correct.
That's what it is. So they're gonna have to really clear out to do this. I don't know if I'm gonna support, I don't think I'm gonna support it anyway. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Combs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark, I just want to kind of clarify the moving pieces here. So this ZOAM and ZMAP application is to create a by right use in PDGI that's really concerns only the Dulles Airport property. But then the zoning ordinance rewrite process is going to develop further regulations regarding solar powered generation that would nonetheless apply to this use should it ever occur on this site.
That's possible. I do know, you know, that they're still looking at it. Now, one of the things, in terms of the use limitations we did employ in the zoning ordinance amendment, we did borrow from where the zoning ordinance rewrite project have done research for their use limitations. So a lot of what we've included right now did come from the current draft of the rewrite. But again, the rewrite is going to look at other districts, other locations as well. But I would say that it's possible that they may come up with additional things that we could put into the PDGI to apply in this case as well.
Which could, so that process could layer additional
It could.
limitations on here, but the intention was to include these use limitations here in the event that the zoning rewrite effort doesn't.
Right, and or it is,
Go
you
that
know, it
far,
is, the
okay.
timing for that is also lagging behind this effort.
Sure,
Yeah.
okay,
Yes.
So I'm sorry.
thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry, just a point of clarification. The discourse between you and Commissioner Combs, Mark, the last couple sentences got a little inaudible for me.
I'm sorry.
So when Commissioner Combs said something to the effect of, if in fact the zoning rewrite did not keep pace, I'm paraphrasing,
Mhm.
with the approval of the zoning rewrite, the impression I got was that if it doesn't get finished and completed in time for something, this would be kind of a placeholder.
Yes.
Placeholder for what? What is the timing associated? What is it that this is? You know, what is it that we're trying to satisfy in terms of timing? Why is this so necessary before
Right.
zoning rewrite is done? Like what is that? What was that back and forth right there?
Yeah, it was basically trying to meet the timeline that M1 Dominion have set for this project.
Yeah, who in Dominion?
Dominion Energy.
MY?
And MWA.
Okay.
Dominion and MWA kind of, they're partners, I guess, in this. Dominion will be leasing the land from MWA to establish the solar facility. So their effort is to try to get construction going late summer, I suppose, early fall potentially. So of course, with the rewrite not designated or not scheduled right now to be done till potentially mid-June of next year, we did want to try to accommodate their timeline and set this up so that it could be a use that would be permitted under the zoning ordinance, and which required remapping the property, as well as changing the zoning to make the solar component of the electrical facility by right, with use limitations.
Okay, I'll come back to my own time.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Commissioner Kirchner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot to look at and think about here. Wish that we didn't have this as our last item and that we were under this time pressure because this is a big, significant change. And for us just to sort of comprehend everything and look at everything in this 20 minutes tonight is a lot. I'm going to echo Commissioner Barnes's concerns. As everybody knows, solar is something that everyone is looking at favorably because it replaces the use of fossil fuels, which create carbon pollution. And we also, many people know that mature trees are some of our best carbon sequestration natural solutions. So it's kind of a very weird situation here. We're going to be wiping out all these huge stands of mature trees to create a solar farm to provide clean energy. So, I mean, it's hard for me to wrap my head around that. And so I'm curious, what kind of, you're saying that there's going to be a tree canopy requirement, but that's it, right? I mean, there's nothing else here. There's nothing else. This is, obviously, a very special situation. So it sounds like you've crafted something very specifically for this particular situation, right?
Yes.
So was there anything done here to try to, protect and these carbon sequestration assets that we have that in the trees?
I could say that, we could definitely go back and look about if there's any additional use limitation we may want to look at. I mean, I think, again, without really getting the official submission, we don't really know the extent to what they are going to be disturbing trees. Right. I mean, they did submit, I think in attachment 3, in the letter from Mr. Wallad, there was a layout that kind of showed where a general concept of where they were laying it out. So you could see there, yes, it is taking up quite a large area there. Mm-hmm. So, again, too, being a by right use, once it comes in, they will only be subject to the zoning ordinance requirements.
Right.
And other requirements, but there's limited, other than the tree canopy, there's limited regulations for tree preservation. Right. Usually that's done through conditions of a special exception or a proffer as part of a
right.
Since this is a board-initiated remapping, there was no proffers associated with that or anything like that.
Yeah, I understand. So. Yeah, I just think that it's difficult.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of things that maybe haven't been thought through, honestly. I think they need to be thought through or talked through a little more. I mean, this might be something that is worth going forward with, but I think we need to look at and think about some of these things a little more and see if we can maybe do a better job. I have lots of questions on, why are we looking at this instead of distributive solar? We've got, why we're not looking at putting solar on buildings to provide what we need, and looking at maybe areas that are previously developed that could be redeveloped for solar, as opposed to taking, like I said, a removal of mature tree stands. So,
right. I do know that the airport, they were looking at this to try to find a usable, something that's profitable for them for this area, which it's limited because of the airport
right.
on the property. So we do feel like from staff that, it probably is an appropriate location if you're going to do solar. I understand the concern of the trees and where you're coming from with that, but I think in terms of the land use associated with the airport,
sure,
it kind of makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And I would say solar on, as accessory, because we do permit, the zoning does permit any kind of solar on, buildings or homes as accessory to generate electricity for those uses. That's permitted throughout the county.
Sure, but it's not promoted.
Right.
This to me is promoting, it looks like this to provide energy for the data centers primarily, right? I mean, location and everything.
I mean, they did not, that wasn't referenced as the reason. It was more, they clearly are going to be providing uses for the airport.
Right.
In the description for the use, there was the, car charging facility and various, I know they're also going to have the electrical buses. So it is definitely going to be serving the airport, but, since it's not limited to the airport, it is going into the grid for public use.
Sure.
They are subject to the zoning. If they were solely doing this as an airport-related use, they would not be subject to our zoning.
Anyway, so I just, it's interesting, intriguing, but, I
Yes.
mean, I'm not feeling ready to pass it on. Thank you.
Were there any other questions from anyone else? So Mark, So tell me from your perspective how you draw a distinction. So I'm looking at the term, the phrase rather, ground-mounted solar energy generation facility. Now, that very term was foundational upon which I very first met you, right? The subject of the meeting, the Zoom meeting that I very first met you. Help me understand the difference between the circumstances of that meeting and this, because this is to revise the 1993 ordinance to incorporate this as an allowable use, when that was the request before you and the county at that first meeting, the very same request before a group of taxpayers, well, for a couple of taxpayers on their own private property, only for their own private use. Now we're being asked to amend a almost 2-decade-old or 3-decade-old zoning ordinance to accommodate an international airport and a multinational corporation that is also going to sell the power off their property. But we wouldn't accommodate 2 of our citizens. And I know I'm not necessarily, we always get into this. I'm not directing this at you, Mark, but you're the subject matter expert. Explain to me how these 2 things are different.
Well, I think in the first case you're bringing up, I think that, are you referring to the Shawfield property?
I am.
Okay, and the
Absolutely.
solar facilities there?
They're the only people in Loudon that have ground-mounted solar generation facility.
The difference, I think the difference is that the use in the zoning ordinance, in terms of the fact that they were not just using the solar panel electricity for the site itself and it's accessory to the uses on the same site. It wasn't accessory. It was a principal use, which means it has to be permitted in the zoning ordinance as a use. And the zoning ordinance, I think in the AR1 that property is zoned, does not accommodate for electrical generating facilities as a principal use. So it was not permitted. It would have required, same here, would have required a rezoning to a district that would permit it. And if you look, of course, at the plan, it wouldn't support a PDGI remapping in the rural area of the county or an MRHI, which is the 2 district that use is permitted in. So the difference here is
AR1, it could not be used to power the facilities on their own property?
Yes, it could. But
That's
in the
all
case
they
of the
were trying to do.
Shawfields, they were not just serving the uses on their property. It was serving other uses also.
Where you get that from? That's not true. What else were they trying to power?
Well, according to our site visit and discussions with them, their information they provided is they were serving other residences off-site, as well as other uses off-site.
No, that's not true. The other residences were on their property. There were houses that housed their residents on their family members on their property.
Well, that's not what was conveyed at the time of our meeting with them. So that's all
Absolutely. I was part of the meeting. That's not true. That's not true. Not one. Now net. What is it? Net zero generation. It goes in and comes right back out. mean, there's no way to even use the power without that. I know you're not referring to that. But no, none of that was to be used off the property, and that's just not true. These people are literally selling. You just said they're going to sell the energy off the site, and they're going to power buses, and they're going to do things like that. Anyway, let's move on. Also, I don't think this is your issue. Why are we being asked to consider this outside of the zoning rewrite process?
The main reason it was standalone, it was directed by the board to meet the timeline that was submitted by Dominion Energy and MWA. So they had contacted the county. Discussions occurred with the representatives of MWA. This was, when it went to the Board of Supervisors, they adopted the resolution of intent to amend to meet the timeline that was submitted by Dominion Energy to establish this use. So that's why, doing it through the rewrite, it would not have met their timeline. That's why we.
Rewrite is 2 years behind as far as I'm concerned. I've been complaining for weeks about it. So now, when corporations come and complain, we're going to do one-offs while the rest of the county waits for whatever's important to them? Is that what you're telling me?
Well,
that Dominion called the board, and the board decided to make this a one-off?
We're doing what the board directed us to do.
Okay. I want to just be clear about that. So Dominion and MWA don't want to wait for us to complete the zoning rewrite. And so when powerful people call us, we're going to pull things out, and we're going to consider them one by one, and then we're going to finish the rewrite that the rest of the county is waiting on, whenever, according to whatever snail's pace. We've been waiting for 2 years to get the rewrite from the ZOC to the Planning Commission. And I'm not going to vote for this at 10 o'clock at night when nobody's watching. It's very confusing. It's a big issue. Nobody told us it was coming. It's the last thing on the agenda.
It's also a spot zoning too, isn't it, Mark? Isn't it?
I'm sorry,
Spot zoning, we're doing spots and zoning it separately, then somebody's going to come down, we're going to read, that zoning will be separately. That's what we are doing by doing this. We have depleted ourselves with electricity by building all kinds of data centers. They use so much electric that we're in shortage, really, because the daytime we already having a brownout in our area. It goes dim and then it comes back out again, and see, we're destroying the essence of this county by bringing it. We're trying to copy like Nevada and Arizona. They have open spaces, they got sands all over the place, There's nothing you have to cut or anything because they have big farms of solar power. They're just lined up miles and miles and miles of it. I can see that because they don't have to destroy the trees and all that, but they're still destroying the animals. They found out because I was watching the History Channel, and then the animals live under it. They don't know where to go under the sand. So we're doing a lot of destruction to our earth, and we keep talking about saving the environment. This is going to be destroying the environment. This is a destruction of the whole county if we go this route. They say, hey, we're just going to have farms because people run up right now. I see all kinds of things growing already. We got away from the food, we're growing something else that, you know what I'm talking about. This is, that we just passed in the state and all that they can grow and smoke it up. And so here we go with the electric too. We won't have no farms left around here. Every farmer will be coming around here and asking for the solar farm. And that's just, I can't see it doing this. It's a destruction of.
Mark, I'm going to go ahead and ask a question if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Forrest. In the staff report, there are just some basic standards for us to consider when reviewing the proposed amendments. Can you just go over those for us? So it looks like we're basically to review the proposed ZOAM for consistency with the comp plan and for consistency with the intent and purpose of the ordinance.
Yes.
That's it, right?
That's for the zoning ordinance amendment, yes.
That's for the ZOAM.
Yes.
Okay. And then with the ZMAP, we've got our traditional ZMAP review criteria.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, while we're waiting, I'll ask another question. It's okay. Oh, here it goes.
Commissioner Combs, did you get your question answered?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I wanted to confer with council. Any other questions for staff? No? Madam Assistant Secretary, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this matter?
No, Chair Hayes, we do not have any.
I think we have someone
Oh.
in the audience. Please come forward. So at this time, we're going to open up the public hearing. We have Mr. McCarthy, right?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. McCarthy, if you would, we have your name, but for this one, if you fill out a card after your comments, you'll have, are you representing yourself?
This is for PEC, and I'll be short.
Okay, all right. Go right ahead.
Evan McCarthy with PEC. I just want to share a couple points to some of your questions. So it's mentioned in the staff report, but MWA put together a draft environmental assessment that the public was able to comment on. The county itself commented on that draft environmental assessment. We had a couple different recommendations to look at rooftop solar along with some of the developed areas like parking garages and parking lots. And they found with that draft EA that roughly 80% of the project's expected output of 100 or so megawatts could be met in some of those other areas, but it's being presented to you tonight in its original form with the acreage that Mark had mentioned. I have not seen a final environmental assessment. I know there was an employee change at MWA. There's now a new planner there. I don't know if that final environmental assessment is coming out, but I did see the letter from the county along with a few others on the draft EA. And I would also mention, I'm happy to share any of that information with you if you've got questions about some of the pieces that we looked into, but I just don't know where that EA is in its process or if Dominion and MWA have reached a final agreement on it. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Any other questions for Mark? Okay, so at this time, we're going to, we're going to close the public hearing. Mark, do you want to rebuttal anything that Mr. McCarthy had to say?
No, sir.
Okay. Do I hear a motion? Something tells me that Commissioner Kirshner may want to make a motion.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our web. And it's not a motion about WebEx, but yes, I will, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
I move that the Planning Commission forward ZOAM 2022-0001 and ZMAP 2022-0011 to a future Planning Commission work session for further discussion to cover the points that were brought to light tonight by Planning Commission members, including the environmental aspects of the proposal.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Kirshner is properly seconded by Commissioner Combs. Commissioner Kirshner, do you have an opening?
I do, thank you. Yeah, like I said in my comments before, this is a big step that we'd be looking to take. There's many questions. I think we heard during the public input that there are many things that we could and absolutely should be looking at in terms of clean energy generation for Loudon County. And we would be remiss if we didn't take the time to fully review with Mr. Stultz all of these different pieces of information and all of the questions that we have. So I'm hopeful that the other commissioners will support my motion to send this to a work session so that we can do what I consider is our responsibility to look further into this and get more information. Thank you.
Comments? No? Mark, I just want to clarify myself for you and also for the record. I will support the motion. I think that this item deserves additional conversation at a work session. I think that first of all, it's to use Commissioner Combs's phrase. Sometimes it has a lot of hair on it. At least where I'm concerned, it's a pretty technical application. I think that we could all do with a little bit more time to study it. But I do want to be very clear. I'm a big fan, as you well know, of solar energy in particular. And some of my annoyance is that I have been on a personal crusade to make sure that this issue in particular gets the attention it deserves in the zoning rewrite process. In fact, more recently, as we've had to accept some of the realities of how the process will play out for longer than I had hoped, I've been arguing that solar be front-loaded even in this elongated process so that we can deal with it early and give it, again, all the attention that it deserves. And I'm sure you will be present for all of my strong opinions and all my pushing about how we should be, jettison Loudon into the future using solar power in many ways for our betterment. So I'm certainly not against solar, and I want to see solar at the airport. I just take exception to doing things out of order, and to put corporations in front of citizens, if it appears to be that way. However, I recognize the need for the county to work with our corporate partners, to include the airport, to include MWA, to include the federal government. And I know that is an intricate dance that we all must do, in particular the supervisors and the administration and our staff, and so I do appreciate that. And so I'm hoping that we can be as helpful as possible in this work session process. I'm sure we will get there. But I don't think I'm ever going to be settled with having these one-offs get in front of our zoning rewrite process. That's okay. I don't have to be settled by it. I can participate and be a part of the solution. So with that, I support the motion. Any other comments? You have a closing, Commissioner? Okay. Absolutely.
When we go to the work session, would you please have some kind of regulation type of thing that you can work up to control tree cutting? Because that's a pretty big no-no because in my book, you know, to wipe out the trees. And farming land, I think we have to take it out of it. I think with the exception of farming land, because they're not going to grow anything. They're going to just have Farmer John will be not selling veggies. They're going to sell electric. And I got to have. I'm very much worried about that. It's already, you know, creeping in from the side we are right now going through on TPA. You know, changing that zoning. So those are my concerns, you know, especially how much destruction we're gonna do to wiping out trees we have, you know, forestry in Loudon County to put this thing. And, you know, that's the biggest concern I have. Thank you.
Okay, so did you, Commissioner Combs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one clarification, a tag along to Mr. Barnes. I just want to make sure when we go to work session, Mr. McCarthy had mentioned there's the draft EA out there, not sure on the status of the final. Wondering if we could get access to that draft and a status update on the final. I'm just curious as to whether there's anything in there or whether there could be anything that materializes in the final EA that could impact our consistency with comp plan policy. I think that'd be helpful for us.
If you want to add
Thank
that
you.
as a friendly amendment specifically?
I don't know if it needs to
Yeah,
be a
we need
friendly
to.
amendment, just.
Okay, good.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make just
Absolutely.
an unusual one
Sure.
point of information to Mr. Barnes's point, and not to undercut that as a concern. I just want to make sure the commission is aware. Under state law, we have limited enabling authority in terms of what we can do about tree conservation outside of a offered rezoning context. I mean, so we can certainly look at that, but I just want to make sure that the commission is aware that there are some state law limits that we would be working with whatever we bring back on that report.
That's what I'm saying. Before we bring something in zoning to approve something, we got to keep that in mind, how much that project that we are approving is going to destroy the trees or whatever it is. I'd rather not have a solar approved than to go down and wipe out the trees, you know? That these are, so we are in charge of doing what we want to do in the county. And, you know, what we send it to the board. And I think we should not be sending anything that will destroy the trees. I know the state says, you know, you can't tell them not to cut your trees, but forestry, you know, they had control over mountains. You know, I had 300 acres, and I cut about 5 acres of wood to build a house up on top of it. And boy, the county was on top of me. They were there. I said, what are you doing? He said, you know, it's going to wipe out. I said, I've already planted the grass. I just want to build my house on this thing, on a 300 acres, right? 350 acres I had. So I said, I just want to build a house. That was old times, you know, way back in the 70s and 80s. Yeah. So they were there. The little girl was drive up her little car, and she was on me. She said, what are you doing? I said, I'm trying to build a house here. She said, but what are you doing to stop the you know, washing down lower? I said, I'm putting grass. I already sowed the grass and all that in there, you know. But somebody called on them from the below, you know, this is the top there, see the patch coming open. So they did have a control, and the county does have a control on it, you know, and they didn't, I couldn't tell them as they go a pound sand, I'm going to go ahead and do it. I couldn't say that, yeah.
Too late.
Yeah, yeah.
Before you do your closing. Mark, can I add one more thing to the list? When you come back to the work session, if we approve it, could you see what you could do to find out, if possible, if the solar generation facility is ultimately approved as a permitted use and they actually do build it, what are some of the off-site uses that they intend to pursue? I'm just curious.
For clarification, are you talking about the airport property?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
I can answer a little bit of that
Okay.
right now based on what Emma has told us, if you'd like to hear that.
Sure.
So it is the power that would be generated from this, I'll call it a facility, is to go to the public grid. So we did ask about some of that in our communications with them, and they were unable to specify like what specific uses would be powered by this because it's all to go to the Dominion public grid, if you will.
Yeah.
And so, and then the airport, because this is a lease arrangement between Dominion and the airport, has negotiated some benefits specifically for the airport, which were what the electric vehicles and the carport facility that Mark referenced to. But it's really, as they say, Dominion is saying, this is really to provide additional power for the public grid. Someone mentioned about data centers before, and we can certainly have this when it comes back, but I recall Mr. Reiser saying in a meeting something like, this would be enough to serve maybe one data center. I offer, and I can clarify that with him, I offer that only to suggest I don't think that this is so we can provide power to data centers, because this is not something that would be sufficient to power multiple data centers.
But, you know, it'll go into the grid and an offset to whatever else they power. Okay. Just like solar farming. Who said that? Okay. Commissioner Kirshner?
Can I just add real quick, Mr.
Sure.
Chair? Courtney, that quantification was just really edifying to hear that it may be enough to power a data center offsite. So enough quantifying the benefit that we might receive from this. If there is any finer point on that, that's just helpful context, I think, for us.
Right, and I just want to clarify that I believe that's what he said. It was something like that, but the gist of it was they're not going to use this to go and power a bunch of data centers, but I can confirm that with him before the next time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Kirshner, do you have a closing?
I have no close.
You sure? Okay. All right, Commissioner, so the motion is laid upon the table. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? The ayes have it, 6-0-3. And that concludes our,
Can we, is Mr. Matthews still on? Did he vote?
yes,
Oh,
he's,
he did.
he's still
Okay.
there. So he voted, I heard him. That concludes our legislative agenda for the evening. I see Mr. Schneider looking very official. Do you have some
Standing in for Dan
administrative
Galindo.
Do you have some administrative
Do you have any
items?
organizational questions or items that you would like answered prior to your formal closing?
I don't have any. Do any of the commissioners have administrative
Okay.
type questions or no?
Well, we will see you on August 30th then. So.
Well, so everyone's clear that August 30th is going to be the hearing for the zoning rewrite items. So I'll say this, in between now and then, Courtney, is it okay if would I have to reach out to each commissioner individually? So when I met with Charles Yudd and others, I don't think you were on that call, I agreed to reach out to my colleagues to determine if there were one or two things that they really wanted to have included in certain discussions early. Do I have to talk to them? Can I send an email out to everybody, or do I have to send individual emails?
You could email them. I mean, generally what we counsel in that is to do an email with a blind copy so that if you get a reply, they don't end up reply all. You also could facilitate that communication through staff to have staff, solicit whatever the information is that you're seeking, but.
Okay.
Yes. But if you're going to have an actual conversation, it needs to be one-on-one, yes.
Will not be a conversation. I'm just going to, maybe I'll draft up the question and send it to you.
That is fine.
But since we're here in a public meeting and none of this is secret, so, you know, we're going to have this public hearing, and because there won't be as much action in the fall as we had thought, my question was, can we have more input on what would be included on the agenda? And so I have on the 30th, and also there'll be a likely a work session in September. So focusing on those two things in particular. So, you know, so think about, you know, what are some of the one or two things that you're really concerned about, not wanting to see bleed into the next year. And so I'll prepare like a paragraph that Courtney can send out, and you can respond, and then I will make those requests. Okay, yeah. I don't know, that might be against the rules. So, all right, so I just wanted to mention that while we were in the public forum. Okay, so with that, we will call this public hearing of the Loudoun County Planning Commission for Tuesday, January 26, 2022, adjourned.